Representative Salazar and all the work that he has done for this community.
Thank you for doing that, Commissioner Hansen. I didn't know of Mr. Representative Salazar's passing, so thank you for bringing that forward. Next, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any requests or changes to the agenda? First, I'm going to go to Manager Miller, and she can highlight the changes that we may have put on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We only had one amendment to the agenda, and that is under matters from the county attorney, item 9E, item 4. That item was added to the agenda on October 23rd at 3:26 p.m. Everything else was posted 1 week ago.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any other changes or requests from the board? Yes, Commissioner Hansen. You're muted, Commissioner.
I was just going to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Okay,
you're
so
muted.
we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. We have an approved agenda. So we're going to go on to item number 1G. And this is the approval of the September 23rd, 2020 Commissioner Organization and Orientation Meeting Minutes. Is there any changes to the meeting minutes, or what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yeah, we're on the 22nd meeting minutes. Is that correct?
What it says on my agenda is approval of September 23rd, 2020 Commissioner Organization and Orientation Meeting Minutes.
Okay, so then either the date is wrong on the minutes that I have printed out. I have September 22nd, so maybe it needs to be changed to the 23rd. And I just have one other question. It mentions that the county manager stated that she has served as Santa Fe County manager for 14 years. I believe she just celebrated her 10-year anniversary, so I'm just going to be, otherwise normally I don't ask for verification, but I'm just on this issue. So that's how I'm going to submit them, that I changed it to 10 years.
Mr. Chair, if that's a motion, good catch. I would second that motion.
I'm moving to approve them, yes.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen, a second from Commissioner Garcia. Under discussion, is there anything under discussion? Commissioner Hamilton?
Just for the record, the Tuesday meeting was on the 22nd, so I believe it's just wrong in the current agenda, just a typo.
Thank you for that clarification. Manager Miller, was that you that chimed in?
Yes, it was, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Hanson is correct. It's 10 years. And I actually thought that had gotten changed because I noted that when I reviewed the minutes as well. So I don't know if they got changed, just not in the packet, but apologize for that. But it is 10 years.
Okay, thank you. Good catch, Commissioner. We do have a motion and a second. If there's nothing else under discussion, I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So our meeting minutes for September 22nd, with the correction that Commissioner Hanson pointed out, is approved. We're going to go on to item number 1H, and this is the approval of the September 29th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes. Are there any changes or to these meeting minutes?
Yes, I would like to move to approve with changes.
Okay, so we have changes, motion to move to approve with changes that Commissioner Hanson will submit to the stenographer. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Garcia. Under discussion, anything else under discussion? Okay, so we're going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Hughes? You're muted, sir.
Yes.
Okay, and yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item also passes unanimously. So next we're going to go on to item number 1I. And this is the approval of the October 6, 2020 Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. Do we have any changes to these meeting minutes, Commissioner Hanson?
I would just like to move to approve with no changes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
A second from multiple seconds from Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes. Under discussion, any other items? Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item is also approved unanimously. So our next item on our agenda is item number 1J. And this is employee recognitions, years of service, and new hires. We have our county manager, Ms. Catherine Miller.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Let's see. So as you know, we recognize employees that have hit a milestone, a 5-year milestone of consecutive 5-year increments at the county. And our reason for this recognition is just to show that we value employees that stay with the county, value retention, and that institutional knowledge that comes with being at the county for several years. So I just want to point out those individuals in the month of October that hit a 5-year milestone in Public Works Department. We have Jordan Villapando, who is in road maintenance, the county assessors. We have Romana Beta, and yes, that is the son of the former county manager, Romana Beta, so he's following in his father's footsteps. He has 5 years of service at Santa Fe County. Sean Atencio at our adult facility in corrections, 5 years. Greg Lucero, property control and our projects and facility management with 5 years. Ken Cisneros in IT, also with 5 years. And then we jump all the way to 15 years with Alfonso Gallegos in property valuation with our assessor's office, and Gerald Vigil, also with the county assessor's office and administration. Then in corrections, we have Rita Archuleta. In administration, Danny Ray Campos, Wade Ellis, and Patrick Gomez, who also all work in our adult facility. And I think, is that all of them? Oh, got a few more, 15 years. Carlos Markham Lopez at our adult facility, Anthony Ortega, Francila Perez, Maria Roybal, and Cirlo Vijo. And also in maintenance at our adult facility, Luis Sanchez. And I think that they all hit their 15 years because that's when we actually took over the operations of the adult facility as a county operated facility versus a contractor. And then in finance, Dorothy Vijo, and in the county assessors, Marcela Villapando also hit 15 years, or will hit 15 years on October 31st. So I just want to recognize those individuals, thank them for their service, and appreciate that they have chosen Santa Fe County for their career.
Hey, great. Thank you, Manager Miller. And I also want to extend my gratitude for these employees making a huge difference in Santa Fe County and choosing to make their career here. It's really appreciated. So thank you very much. Are there any other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Just
Commissioner
comment.
Garcia?
Thank you for all the employees that's been there for many, many years. As you know, Commissioner, I grew up there. We all, some of us grew up there. And so Ramon Abeta, is he still working for the county, or I thought he was the city councilor and the ex-county manager?
Hello.
That's his son, I believe.
No, I believe so. No, I just want to congratulate little Ramoncito, little Ramon. I remember he was like this tall when I first met the little guy. But, congratulations to all the employees. And, employees, we appreciate you because we all serve the public. But thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Manager Miller, were there other announcements?
Mr. Chair, there's also the new hires. In spite of having a hiring freeze, or I'll say a limited hiring freeze, because we are still hiring in essential positions. I'd actually like to say, I think every position at Santa Fe County is essential, and it's been really difficult for department and elected officials' offices to work during this pandemic and this economic time with less staff. And I want to thank them for doing so, because I know it means that people have taken on more duties and not necessarily with more pay, in addition to working in a strenuous environment, changing to either working virtually, working from home, working in limited capacity in the office has also presented its own challenges. But that said, we've still been able to hire some people and fill some critical positions, and we're really happy to welcome those individuals to Santa Fe County. Glad that they've been willing to take a leap of faith in this environment and come work for us, because it's definitely different in training and interacting. So the list in front of you are all the individuals that were new hires in the month of September. And that's Samantha Woodman in the assessor's office and quality control data analyst. In finance, William Fears. I hope I said that properly. I've seen him in the hallway, but have not had the pleasure of meeting him personally. So I hope I said that okay. Erica Moncayo in the HR, and Jennifer Romero in County Assessor's Office, not to be confused with our other Jennifer Romero in Community Services. We now have both of them. Hector Ontiveros Marquez, I believe it is, in Corrections, a detention officer. Alejandro Trujillo in Corrections as well. William Aragon in Dispatch. Carrie Olson in projects in Public Works, Jeffrey Horn in utilities, Marcus Ward, Paul Caroland, Patrick Fiki, and Amanda Boyle in the Sheriff's Office. So just want to welcome them all to Santa Fe County and hope they have a very good working experience at the county. I know that I have, and I hope, and have had a great career here, so I hope they find the same experience.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I want to congratulate all of the new hires, but I especially want to shout out to Jennifer Romero in the County Assessor's Office. I had the pleasure of working with her when I was on the City of Santa Fe Parks and Open Space Advisory Commission, and I think we're very lucky to have her over here. So welcome, Jennifer. I hope you can hear me. So thank you, and welcome to everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and I just want to echo the sentiments. Welcome to the county. We hope that we'll be recognizing you with your anniversaries in the years to come. So welcome to Santa Fe County. I'm also very happy that, in these uncertain times that we're able to hire more employees and get more jobs out there to our constituents and to everybody that needs a job. So I'm just glad that we're still hiring and providing jobs for individuals. So thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate all the new hires. As Commissioner Hanson said, Jennifer Romero, I remember when Alice Seeley was her mentor, and Alice Seeley did a lot for Teen Corps and did a lot for the youth community in this area. Congratulations. Great job helping out the youth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Thank you, Manager Miller. Next is our consent agenda. Are there any items on our consent agenda that commissioners would like pulled for more clarification on? If not, what is the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So the consent agenda is approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get resolution numbers, please?
Sherry Roybal, for the record, the resolutions you just passed within the consent agenda are resolution number 2020-77, resolution number 2020-78. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're moving on to our next agenda item, and this is agenda item number 3, and this is appointments and reappointments. 3A is a request appointment of one member to Santa Fe City and County Advisory Council on the food policy. And from the Community Services Department, we have Ms. Patricia Boyce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The Joint City-County Food Policy Council includes 2 county employees and 2 city employees, as well as others with food expertise. I've been serving as one of the county members on the council since 2013, integrating health issues, including our County Health Action Plan's priority for consumption of healthy food, and also connect our accountable health community. Lucy Foma in Growth Management became the other county member earlier this year. My current term is expiring, and with senior food issues, including local procurement of senior meals, now a focus on the council, it's appropriate to have senior services represented. I should note that the council has not held regular meetings during the pandemic, but instead, working groups have been addressing issues including food security, and Connect and Growth Management have been heavily involved in food distribution efforts. Another working group produced the report in support of local food, which the commissioners will be considering later today. In support of Toby Kessler's appointment, I'd like commissioners to know that Toby has more than 20 years' experience managing nutrition programs for seniors in New Mexico, including at the Non-Metro Area Agency on Aging, where he also became a certified food protection manager for the state of New Mexico. Currently, Toby serves as deputy in senior services within the Community Services Department, and he has advocated for seniors at the state legislature and participated in many hunger summits. I believe Toby Kessler was planning to be present as well, but in any event, thank you for considering this appointment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boyes. Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Boyes? Commissioner Hamilton?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia, did you have questions?
No, Mr. Chair, excellent job helping out. Motion for approval. Great job.
Do we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia? I'll second Commissioner Garcia's motion. For discussion, are there anything else under discussion? Commissioner Hanson, did you have anything under discussion?
No, I would second this also.
Okay, Commissioner Hughes, did you have anything under discussion, sir?
No, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, are you good, or did you have anything under discussion?
No, I support this. This is great.
Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Garcia?
So I need some dishes as well. Yes. Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. I just want to congratulate our appointed member. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Ms. Boyes. We appreciate it. So we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 4 under action items. And 4A is a request approval for amendment number 4 to agreement number 2017-0271-CSD/BT between Santa Fe County and the United Way of Santa Fe County, increasing the compensation an additional $75,000 for a total contract sum of $350,000 exclusive of New Mexico GRT, and second, to grant authorization to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the procurement manager, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and also from Senior Services or Community Relations Division Director is Anna War.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to present this today. This is the contract that we have, the county has with United Way, Santa Fe County. This contract contains includes the Dolly Parton Imagination Library Program that has been issued to children from newborn to 5 years old, and has contributed quite a bit with numerous books being distributed to the children in Santa Fe County. This contract was extended in May of 2020 for an additional year in Amendment 3. In approval of this amendment, this adds the compensation for this fiscal year of $75,000 for a total contract sum since the original contract of a total of $350,000, which requires BCC approval. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Great organization, United Way, Dolly Parton Library again. So I always assumed that Mrs. Parton was actually going to provide all the funding and everything else for the books. So what are we paying for?
Mr. Chair, I might be able to answer that. I don't know if Rachel's online, but what we pay for with United Way, so the Imagination Library, they provide the books, but there's support to identify those individuals who qualify to get them qualified and into the program. And that's what we pay United Way, is to administer the program, but the books are paid for by the Imagination Library. So it's a partnership of our resources along with the Imagination Library. In addition, I would add to that also that United Way does raise money as well. And children that are entered into this program, enter them from essentially from birth all the way to 5 years old, and they receive a book a month, and by the time they complete their 5th year, they have an entire library of their own. And parents are, they work with, United Way works with the parents to reading those books to the children, as well as other people reading books to the children, and just developing the interest in their own collection of books.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Commissioner Garcia, was that all you had, sir?
Yes, I'm okay with that. Great organization, great United Way. I get it. Yes, but I'll accept the answer. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Bill and Anna, for bringing this forward, especially during this time of the pandemic. I think that this is even more important than it has been in the past. And I would like to move to approve this request approval of amendment number 4 to the agreement for the Dolly Parton and United Way of Santa Fe County.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen. Do I hear a second?
I'll second. This is Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, so we have a second from Commissioner Hughes. Under discussion, is there anything else under discussion? Questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to go on to our next item, which is item number 4B. And this is a resolution delegating to the county manager the authority to negotiate and execute all agreements, purchase orders, and other documents necessary or advisable for medical, administrative services, only services, pharmacy, benefit manager services, and stop loss insurance for the continuation of the county's self-funded employee benefits program. From the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're here before the board to request the approval of this resolution. A little bit of background. We issued in July of this year an RFP two RFPs, one for the administrative services only and pharmacy benefit manager services and stop loss insurance. As the commission is aware, back in 2017, the county became self-funded on its employee benefit insurance benefits program, moving from the state. Along with that move, we contracted for brokerage and consultant services, insurance and brokerage consultant services with Gallagher Benefit Services, who supported and helped assist with the two RFPs for these services. We received responses for the medical administration and stop loss insurance RFP. We received responses from Blue Cross Blue Shield, Presbyterian Health Plan, who is our current provider, carrier, Cigna, and Real Estate Life Insurance Company. For the RFP for pharmacy benefit manager services, we received several from some of the same providers or carriers: Blue Cross Blue Shield, Presbyterian Health Plan, Cigna, Express Scripts, and an Involve Pharmacy. The proposals were all responsive, evaluated by the committee, an analysis and support by Gallagher Benefit Services through this process. The committee found that Presbyterian Health Plan provided the most advantageous services for both solicitations, and we are in the midst of going into our open enrollment next month, and the purpose of the resolution is to allow or delegate the county manager to help negotiate the contracts, finalize all of the appropriate documentation for the contract to be entered into with Presbyterian Health Plan. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions. To note, we have Mr. Mike Rohr online also, who is with Gallagher Benefit Services, to answer any questions, and also Human Resources Director Sonia Quintana, and also the County Attorney Greg Schaefer, if there's any questions regarding our coverage plans.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I do want to see, are there any other comments from Mr. Moore, Ms. Quintana, or Mr. Schaefer? Okay. Hearing none, then we'll go ahead with the commission. Are there any commissioners that have questions or comment relative to this item?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead, sir.
So really quick, Bill, can you tell me what is this about? So is our insurance or the employee's insurance going to lapse, not lapse, or we're adding some more insurance coverage? What is this about in a nutshell, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. This is our medical coverage for our employees, being self-funded entity. Now, where we're self-insured, we allow for individual stop loss coverages that the county will cover for hospitalization and pharmaceutical up to a level of $225,000, and then the carrier, Presbyterian, would carry the rest of the cost. We feel that over a 4-year period, based on, it's all projections of claims, of course, but looking at our claims history, we looked at there could be some savings, cost savings with that level of coverage over a 4-year period of maybe $180,000 to that level. But this is the medical coverages for our employees. We are carrying that, and Presbyterian Healthcare would cover the coverages for the employees. The co-pay remains as it is with the prescription drug coverages.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board on this item? Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd move to approve.
So we have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Under discussion, is there anything else before I move on? It doesn't appear so, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously as well. Can we get a resolution number, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair Roy Ball, the resolution you just passed is Resolution 2020-79.
Resolution 2020-79. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. We're going to move on to item number 5, and this are matters of public concern. Tessa Jo, if you can unmute everybody, I'm going to ask, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? Once again, I'll ask, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? You just need to state your name. Hearing none, I'm going to close item number. And we're going to go on to item number 6, and this is presentations. 6A, it looks like we have one presentation. It's a presentation regarding ongoing broadband issues within Santa Fe County boundaries. And from the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, we have Mr. Justin Green. Mr. Green, your answer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if I can introduce Justin. He has been a board member of the task force with the Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce has just done an exceptionally good job about really kind of conceptualizing and looking at the needs for a broadband service throughout the county. So we've asked him to make a presentation in terms of what the Chamber has looked at, what they've already achieved, and kind of some issues that they can help bring to the board. And we intend to continue working with Justin and his group because they've really done a really fine job of really making sure that the idea being that everybody should have broadband service in Santa Fe County, and really have kind of identified many of the issues. So with your permission, we'd like to have Justin provide his presentation. I think you'll be very impressed with the quality of the work that the Chamber has done, and Justin specifically.
Thank you, Director Montoya. So you're on, Mr. Green?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Justin has just texted me. He says that he's having trouble getting on, and he needs a phone number in order to get on. Oh, Justin is on.
There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Justin, I believe we may have just heard you for a second there.
Sounds like we have his presentation, but not his voice. Isn't that amazing? Problems with broadband. I had a presentation on broadband.
That's funny.
We were going over this presentation yesterday, and I think I got kicked out 3 times, and I was so frustrated. So maybe the broadband devils have a curse on this.
Okay, so I think Tessa just sent the number. Do we
Just
have
put
a,
it in the chat for him, I think. So I think if
I
he,
believe I did see it, yes.
then he could call in if he's having audio issues.
Mr. Chair, he says the credentials are not working to get on, but I told him to look in the chat, so he will be there in hopefully a minute.
Okay, we'll stand by.
Mr. Chair, maybe the Russians or somebody's taking over. I don't know. We just gotta move forward, I guess. We'll wait for.
Okay, in the interim, we can go on to matters from the county manager and maybe do at least 7A, the COVID update, and see if we get Justin on here just shortly. Manager Miller?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I could give the update on COVID. As you know, the number of positive cases in New Mexico continues to rise significantly, as well as in Santa Fe County. The 7-day rolling average across the state reached 651 through October 26th. And then for Santa Fe County, reached a 7-day rolling average of 35. Obviously, that's disconcerting. We had stayed for so long with 2-3 cases, 5 at the most, and it's just been steadily increasing. But that's happening all over the nation as well as internationally. So I think there's something to be said about this happening in the fall, which was what many of the health advisors indicated would be an issue. Some Santa Fe CARES Act updates. As you know, we did get the small business loan application out there. We've received multiple applications, and those are being processed. I don't know if Joseph could tell me if we've actually cut any checks yet, but I know that we received several of them and have been working with our partners to get those processed and get funding out to the small businesses. We also distributed sandwich boards for Connect and have been working with Rio Arriba County to distribute the low and slow signs for our COVID awareness campaign and mask wearing campaign. And we're doing an insert to be sent out with the Santa Fe County bills advertising our Connect program. We requested DFA approval for 2 projects that were not initially included in our grant application, and that was to include extension of broadband to Cundio and a partnership with New Mexico Solutions to purchase and distribute a mental health application to Santa Fe County residents experiencing behavioral health trouble during and after the pandemic. And most of our community services Connect contracts are in place, the purchase orders are in place, and we have began the increased outreach last week. To date, we received 555 self-initiated assistance requests submitted through our Connect Hub, and also to date, 4,511 grocery boxes have been distributed. 681 of these were delivered to homebound individuals. And our healthcare assistance navigators assisted 26 new individuals this week and followed up with 29 others. Last week, a total of 2,454 meals, and this is a combination of frozen and hot meals, were delivered throughout the county for our seniors. And so far in October, we are delivering an average of 575 meals per day. And for the weekly food distribution from Food Depot, 145 bags were delivered to seniors. The bags this week contain canned food and non-perishables as well as fresh produce. And the monthly Echo commodity bags went out this week. There were 49 seniors that were eligible to receive the distribution this month. High-risk medical appointments and transportation continue to average about 7 trips per day. And then finally, the census rates, the final numbers for the census are in, and Santa Fe County reached 61.5% self-response. And that exceeded our goal, and only a few counties were higher. And those most had far fewer update leave households, meaning those are people that had easier time getting census in their mail. So we're really proud of, Mr. Chair, your efforts as the head of our Complete Count Committee, and also all of the staff and contractors and individuals who were involved in that. So that completes my updates on those items.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I appreciate that, but we, our staff for the census and all the players that were involved, it really made it for a very successful year doing the census. So just a shout out to Somos un Pueblo Unido and the city, and just everybody that was involved. We had school board members, we had superintendents, presidents of colleges that were involved. I mean, it was just a huge effort, and I think the combined effort between everybody really made everything possible. So I just want to give a huge shout out to everybody in that, and thank you for your report, Manager Miller. Okay, I want to check. Thank you. I want to check back to see if Justin is on now, and if not, we can go on to our next item and give him some more time. Tessa, is Justin on?
It appears that he is on, but his microphone is not connected.
Okay. Is there any way somebody can call and see if they can give him the call-in number?
Tessa, looks like he might have called in. I see a Justin that's muted as a phone caller.
I'm sorry, I am not seeing him. The two Justins that are on don't show any microphones.
Mr. Chair, if I may, he just texted me and he says that he's muted. Justin, are you here?
I should be here. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Oh, there you are. All right, Mr. Green, we'll go ahead and move to your presentation, sir. If you'd like to proceed, go ahead, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about the delay there. Leave it to the technology presentation to have technical issues. So my apologies. Is my screen up for you guys? Can you see it all? Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So welcome. Thank you for taking the time to address broadband right now. My name is Justin Green. I've been a part of the broadband working group over at the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, and we've been meeting for over 2 years to sort of become the brain trust of Santa Fe broadband, because there's not enough people focusing on it, and it takes a long time to get anything done. So anyway, in this presentation, I'm going to go over, this is the agenda. We're going to get some introductions about who the Chamber of Commerce subcommittee was, what Santa Fe County is doing, and Chris Heyer can give a little update if you'd like. But then we're going to go into the position of ReadyNet with Santa Fe County and how it operates for the county, some definitions, some current situations, some use cases, some models, and then the challenges and opportunities and how we might move forward to get some more traction and more focus on what's going on in broadband today. So the broadband working group was organized by Steve Resnick and myself a few years ago when we were trying to look for subtopics for the Economic Development Subcommittee to focus on. And so in broadband, we recognize that the need is always siloed with like the county doing its own thing and the city doing its own thing and the public schools doing its own thing, and that we needed to bring everybody to one table. And so we started meeting once every 2 weeks to sort of get an assessment of what's going on in the city, the county, the school district, et cetera. And so we had Chris Heyer from the county, Alex Fitzgerald joined us later, The city of Santa Fe has been pretty transient with some position, and it's a vacant position currently that I think that there's opportunity for the county to work with the city that we'll go into later. Patricia Norsby from Santa Fe Public Schools, and then Eric Moores from ReadyNet used to join us before he moved on to another position.
Justin, can you make your screen bigger? Make your screen bigger.
Yes, sir. Maybe. Maybe. Sharing this screen, that's as big as it gets.
If you hit F5 on your keyboard, it'll go full screen. There you go.
There you go. Sorry. Yep. So, as I mentioned, we were meeting once to twice a month for over 2 years. Our goals were to find common issues and areas where we could cooperate. And so some of the commonalities were the digital divide, trying to deal with at-risk populations that didn't quite get to aren't reached either because of their location or because of affordability issues or just maybe computer skills. What were the issues and why people were not hooking up to the internet? We interviewed almost all the ISPs that work in the area and some of the ones that don't yet work in the area that were interested in working in the area. As a project, we set up the first public Wi-Fi hotspot in Santa Fe on the plaza, which was 4 repeaters on each corner of the plaza, delivering gigabit broadband, enough for, I think it was close to 1,000 people could be on it at once. And then again, our working group was meant to be the resource, the knowledge base. So anybody that wanted to invest here or find out how to get better internet and so on, we were the people to come talk to. So briefly, the internet age is sort of in 3 phases right now. It'll all go on forever, hopefully. But the first phase, you may remember, was dial-up. It was very slow. You bought internet by the minute over at AOL, and they'd send you a disc for 100 free minutes, and you thought that was a great deal. Since around 2000 or the beginning of this century, internet has moved up to not quite broadband speeds, but the wireless revolution has started. There is smartphone adoption, there's cloud computing, so it's a much faster internet, but it's not quite broadband levels, except for those lucky people that have it nearby. And now we're moving into the phase where broadband is really necessary, and that's going to be the 5G era. Internet's going to be affordable. It's going to be enabling all sorts of new technologies to happen. Hopefully we can keep data secure, and hopefully devices get smarter, and we build for the future here. So some definitions for you. There's going to be, one of the things that can happen with talking about broadband is you can get stuck in a lot of jargon, and you can get caught up in like, I just don't understand what you're talking about, and we want to avoid that. And so we became experts in this and tried to make it as easy as possible in this presentation to cut through that. So when we talk about internet, we talk about megabits per second for the speed that anybody hooks up at their home. And so 1 megabit per second is slow, and that's what DSL and a lot of wireless providers are providing currently. 10 megabits would be a pretty high-end DSL or wireless connection. Would be pretty decent for a household. You can stream 1 or 2 devices off of it. You can do your homework. You can survive off of it. 100 megabits is fast. That there's very few folks that really offer that speed, mostly Comcast, and that's when you start to get to fiber-backed internet. And then the 1,000 megabits is what we would consider gig speed, and would be like corporate and enterprise level. The current broadband standard is 25 megabits and 10 megabits upload, just to give you a reference. Anything above that would be broadband. Anything below that would just be a basic internet connection. The last mile is a service line, is the delivery line to the house or to the office or to the institution. The middle mile are the high-capacity internet superhighways, for lack of a better term, that are the high-capacity connections to the main part of the internet. An ISP is an internet service provider. That can be a Comcast, that can be a CenturyLink, or that can be a local Cyber Mesa or Black Mesa Wireless. Fiber optics are, as we were mentioning, the highest capacity internet delivery system. Wi-Fi is a wireless technology. You use it all the time probably, but that is for very, very localized distribution inside a building or in a public space, like on the plaza, as we demonstrated. Wireless is generally considered a medium. Another wireless at 2.4 gigahertz would be microwave and TV white space internet distribution. This can go a few miles to a couple dozen miles. And then there's another form of wireless, which would be cellular data communications. And so we had 3G at one point. Our current standard is LTE or 4G. And then everybody talks about the impending build out of 5G. But I'll tell you, 5G won't get to Santa Fe for a while. So part of building a good a good fiber optic network is building the backbone for a good 5G network 4 or 5 years from now. So again, there are 3 distribution methods: wireless, copper phone line, copper, which can be coaxial cables, such as what Xfinity and Comcast use, and then phone lines, which is what CenturyLink uses, and then there's fiber optics. And so Santa Fe County has fiber optics, as you know, with some infrastructure that goes up north and is managed by ReadyNet. Fiber is pretty future-proof. It's pretty expensive to build. It's the gold standard, but it's really, at this point, it's probably overkill for us to be focusing only on fiber at this point. So currently, Santa Fe County has a significant amount of fiber in the ground, actually. Back in 2008, there was a plan to apply for American Recovery and Reconstruction Act, ARA grant money, and some of that was specifically focused on broadband, and that's what a BTOP grant was. And 9 jurisdictions: Santa Fe County, Rio Arriba County, Los Alamos County, the city of Espanola, and then 4 pueblos: Suzuki, Pewaukee, Santa Clara, and Okewinge, all joined forces. And at the time, there were actually a few others that had joined forces to write a grant to build out the system. It was about $12 million grant, and it built about 150 miles worth of fiber up into the north. You can see on the map that it goes from Santa Fe, and it goes up to the border of Taos County up in Rio Arriba, up on the Rio Grande, just past Velarde. And it connects to Pewaukee and around Espanola as well. ReadyNet operates a middle mile network, and so specifically, it does not act as an ISP and an internet service provider. So when people say, why can't I get my internet from ReadyNet? Up in northern Santa Fe County, it's quite possible you're buying it through an ISP that is buying internet from ReadyNet. But ReadyNet does connect anchor institutions such as hospitals, schools, public safety institutions, courthouses, you name it. But it does not act as for offices or commercial as an ISP. So ReadyNet really takes the management out of Santa Fe County's hands, and it pools the resources of these 9 jurisdictions, and it gives you an IT department to manage your fiber. And so it's very, very good at that. It has a great technical team that can manage anything, and it keeps a very consistent service going for all the clients that are up north of Santa Fe. As I mentioned, it works with the ISPs to connect the last mile to customers, and most of the solutions currently are utilizing wireless. So somebody will connect to ReadyNet's fiber, for instance, at the Pewaukee Fire Station. It runs up the building to a wireless microwave antenna, and that antenna broadcasts to a couple hundred homes in the Pewaukee Valley, or another one that's up in Espanola that does the Espanola Valley, and so on. The asset footprint of fiber in Santa Fe County is pretty small. It has potential but it definitely needs to be built out further, and that goes to how we can take this to the next step. But recently, one of the great things about ReadyNet is it's gotten very competitive with its pricing. So if you were right on ReadyNet fiber, you would be able to get gigabit speeds at a very affordable price. It's just the issue of the last mile distribution. So use cases, you all probably know most of these, but there's a new emergent thing. Everybody's at home, as we probably all are right now, and we are doing telehealth from home. We're doing education from home. We're doing our entertainment at home. We're working from home. Public safety is a mission critical issue that we need right now, and this is what fiber is and the internet is good for. And then commerce is everybody's ordering from home, and we need to get our local small businesses up into the e-commerce platform so that they can sell equally as well as Amazon, to put them on an equal footing. So currently we're at a point where there's a little bit of extra urgency now. COVID has really moved us to home-based businesses and home-based education and home-based everything. So we have an urgency. There's also a lot of money in the CARES Act. Chris can give some details if you have any questions about some of the things that he's been doing to put in place some CARES Act money. He went out and found a bunch of money to do some emergency installations and some long overdue bills. And then the state of New Mexico and Santa Fe County and City of Santa Fe in general are all focusing on broadband and economic diversification. So entertainment companies such as Meow Wolf and the film industry and Facebook all use the internet like crazy. And the National Labs, Lanol, is trying to build more internet around and needs it for its workers from home. We have a lot of new tech companies that are very internet and cloud computing dependent. And then, of course, we need to make sure that our local businesses stay competitive. We have here's a little assessment of some of the providers in the area and mostly where they provide, and then a little survey of how much they're charging right now. So currently Comcast is mostly an urban Santa Fe footprint, and they're under a franchise agreement with the City of Santa Fe to hook up all residences if requested. And they've got a promo right now, which is $20 a month for 25 megabits. That's pretty cheap, actually. That, as you can see, is going to be the cheapest on the list here. CenturyLink is a phone company at its heart, and it is reusing copper-based phone lines to provide DSL to homes and offices, and they're currently charging $49 for 20 megabits. Many people complain about the ability of them to actually deliver the 20 megabits, and so that is part of the issue here, that people will pay $49 but might only get 5 megabits, 1 megabit, and so on. So it's a tricky issue there. Cyber Mesa, New Mexico Serve, Black Mesa Wireless, and Prism Broadband are all ISP, wireless ISPs that serve a different footprint depending on where they have their antennas. Cyber Mesa is Santa Fe and probably has the largest footprint. They go as far north as Espanola and Ojo Caliente, and go as far south as some areas of Highway 14 and around in El Dorado. New Mexico Surf has a pretty decent footprint. They also have deployed a little fiber from around there where their offices are in central Santa Fe. Black Mesa Wireless is in the northern part of the county. Prism Broadband was just started up by Steve Resnick, who is a member of our committee. And he had a client down in Madrid that had access to fiber, and he has set up a system down there because he realized that Madrid was underserved, and we needed the community needed to serve that area. La Cañada is an interesting case where that is a co-op formed out in El Dorado to serve the areas out there. And they have a board of directors, and they manage their system there for their community. And then these last two are fiber asset builders, and So Plateau Telecom is a Clovis, New Mexico-based telecom company that has fiber assets here and in Edgewood, Santa Fe and Edgewood. It works with ReadyNet on a bunch of issues. ReadyNet buys some access from them, and vice versa. And the interesting part for southern Santa Fe County is that they are actually building out a fiber network in Edgewood. It is happening slowly, but they've dedicated assets and a build-out plan for Edgewood. They could be recruited to Santa Fe if we try to work on that, but we've tried in the past. You need some buy-in from some other people as well. And then Conterra, the last on the page here, is a builder out of North Carolina that teamed up with the public schools, Santa Fe Public School District, and got E-rate money, federal money, where 90% of the build is paid for by the federal government. Actually, it's 80% by the federal government, 10% by the local community, and 10% by the state of New Mexico. And that network was just built out all the way to Suzuki Elementary and El Dorado Elementary, and all across the city footprint of all the public schools. That system was overbuilt with the goal, probably, we've spoken to them, that they will use the excess capacity for somebody to tie into and build into. And so there's opportunities there as well. Different typologies have different solutions. The city has franchise agreements with Comcast and CenturyLink to make sure that there's service everywhere. CenturyLink provides copper-based service to everyone in the county for phone service, but is not guaranteed to provide quality internet. There is within the city and the urban area, the city of Santa Fe, just to give you a little update on some of the things that they're looking at. The city was looking at trying to provide broadband to some underserved areas in District 3, which happens to be mostly newly annexed areas. They most recently were part of the county, but now are part of the city. And so some of those areas are the areas where Comcast Xfinity has not been able to build out sufficiently. And so some of the solutions are potentially putting up a wireless hotspot in some trailer parks and some areas that have been newly annexed. In suburban areas, CenturyLink is providing DSL, but there are lots of complaints about that. And then when you get into mountains and rural communities, it's hit and miss, mostly because of line of sight areas, foliage, and different issues of some traffic, some radio traffic, and conflicting radio traffic. If anything was going to happen in the future, we would recommend that a case-by-case community assessment would go forward, and that would have to happen with any market assessment. So we have 5 commission districts, and so I wanted to give some examples of what's happening in some of these districts. So, Mr. Chairman, District 1, Rio and Medio and Chupadero have some areas in the hills there that don't have enough capacity in there, and they had some issues with emergency responses there. And I know that Chris is working on some builds up in that area, and he can give some more details, but this is the time to do it. CARES Act and some emergency services funding might get that done quicker. The Pueblos, there are 3 or 4 Pueblos in northern Santa Fe County. Chris and the Pueblos and ReadyNet have put together emergency hotspots to allow for some of the Pueblos that don't have emergency access or at-home internet access. We've been able to provide it in emergency hotspots. And then the Pueblos are eligible for USDA grants that the urban core of Santa Fe is not eligible. And later when we talk about how to pay for this, this is one of the ways that the Pueblos can help participate. In District 2, Commissioner Henson, the Agua-Free Village.
Real quick, sir, Mr. Green, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
When it does say limited grant writing, what can you elaborate a little bit more on that? I know that I could probably work with the Pueblos in my district, but I just wanted to know what that term limited grant writing meant.
Yeah, so in general, each Pueblo is a very small project and doesn't have that many grant writers, or if they have one grant writer for their internally. And so similar to how the 8 Northern team up for housing and so on, ReadyNet tries to help with them with grant writing, but again, ReadyNet doesn't quite have the full capacity and staffing to apply for every grant that was eligible. And there's a lot of money that is through grants, and getting each of the tribal councils to sign on to it takes time, and they need to buy in. And so I know I worked with Suzuki Pueblo for about 3 years recently, and I know that they have a very, very part-time grant writer with a stack of grants long before broadband, if that answers your question, Mr. Chairman.
It does answer my questions. I just was curious because I know I've worked with the Community Services Department for the Los Alamos National Laboratory, and I know they've said in the past that they are willing to help with grant writers for different constituents, for businesses and things of that nature. So maybe it would be worthwhile to reach out to that department and see if they would work with the local pueblos to help them with these grant writings. It seems like it would be a good possibility. So I'll reach out to them. I was just wondering if there was certain pueblos or if it was more specific pueblos, but I'll reach out to the different pueblos and see if I can make that connection. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And just to follow up, each of the pueblos can do it on their own, and then ReadyNet as an umbrella organization for those would be a great place to sort of do it all at once, right? You write one grant, it works for 4 different pueblos under their, or 5 now that NAMPE has started participating. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
So in District 2, Agua Fria Village is outside of the city proper, but there could be pretty easy to wire with Comcast and get it up to the level that is served within the city proper. But again, it is not covered by the city franchise agreement, so it's tough to twist their arm to build out there. Las Campanas has frequently complained about the issue of broadband out there, and it is true they need broadband. They have a potential for a very expensive build, and then they also have a potential for a not so expensive solution, which is putting small antenna on their roofs. But because of the design guidelines at Las Campanas, they don't allow antenna. They could be solved if they change their rules. So while fiber to a bunch of houses out there would be a great idea and a big project, they could easily solve their problem with probably $200, $300, $400 worth of antennas, very small antennas on their roofs. In District 3, as I mentioned, Plateau Tel is down in Edgewood, and that is great. That is like a pretty amazing thing to have achieved down there. And then Highway 14, that corridor has CenturyLink fiber, and as I mentioned, Prism Broadband is developing a hotspot in Madrid and hopes to spread out along the Highway 14 corridor. In District 4, District 4 has Suzuki Peak and all the way up into the mountains. That is sort of some of the more problem spots, and there have been some creative solutions there. La Cañada Wireless over on the El Dorado side of things. Cyber Mesa has connected up into some of the hills up by 10,000 Ways and in Hyde Park Estate, and so there's some creative solutions there. There's also going to be a new power line build because of the recent Medio fire. A new power line build up to the ski basin, and Jemez Electric is the power provider up there, and they're going to be rebuilding the power line and have asked to offer to hang fiber up to the peak. And so there's a great opportunity there, and there should be some money made available to help build when that happens. In District 5 is sort of the center of the district here, of the county. Again, a lot of the same things that have happened in District 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, they've all come together in District 5. There's a couple wireless solutions there. There are Cañada Wireless is built out in El Dorado. And then there's the case of Santa Fe Studios, which wants to get into post-production, and post-production needs fiber. And the jail and the criminal justice system need closed-circuit communication. So there's opportunity and there's customers down the Highway 14 corridor, and we should try to line those up. Any big project, we'll try to line those people up to so it can be cost-effective. So some of the models, people talk about community broadband and community fiber. And so 2 or 3 examples of that. One is Chattanooga, Tennessee. They went out, just like Santa Fe County and ReadyNet did, they went out and they got the BTOP ARA money back in 2008 and 2009, and then they started building the project in 2010 and 11. But in their case, they did it instead of doing it without the ISP aspect, like ReadyNet did. They went and said, we do want to be an ISP, and we have the way to operate it by operating it through their municipal electric utility. So in their case, they have an electric utility that is city-owned. In Santa Fe's case, it's a water system that we all own, and so between the city and the county. So there's the opportunity to do that here as well. A model that the folks over at ReadyNet like to point at as a great model for northern New Mexico is the Utopia model. There are 11 cities in Utah, just south of Salt Lake City. They created an open network of fiber to the house, and with ISP connection, ISP competition. So you just plug in a modem, a welcome screen pops up, and it says, who are you signed up with? And there are 5 or 10 different ISPs that you can choose from. If you want to get AOL or Verizon, no problem. You want to use a local one, even better. And then Kit Carson, up in northern New Mexico, Taos County mostly, they, just like ReadyNet, went out and got ARA BTOP money back in 2008. But in their case, they said, we're a power company. We've got a bunch of power poles. We're going to hang fiber optics on it. And so they've done that. And they haven't done it completely, and they're considered a success at a certain level. But of course, everything takes a long time. And something that started 10 years is nowhere close to complete in any of these cases. So Chattanooga's been building this for 10 years. They're probably the most advanced. Utopia, there are 2 cities that are at the 60, 70, 80% mark, and then the other cities are at the 20% mark. And then Kit Carson has a waiting list. You pay your money, you put your name on a waiting list, and it takes a long time to get hooked up. There's another concept called a public-private partnership. You hear about these all the time in government. And so within there's sort of 3 models. There's the private investment with public facilitation. And so this is a good example of this is Google Fiber. Google built out in about 19 cities at this point. They went out to the cities and they said, hey, city, make it easy for us to do this, and we're willing to invest. And so the cities made the codes a little easier. They made the sewer pipe more accessible, and they pulled fiber through the sewers. They did all these techniques to make it easier, and Google paid for most of it. There's the next one, private execution, public funding. So that's Santa Fe Fiber, what the city of Santa Fe did with their fiber build 10 years ago. They went out and they used capital improvement money, $2 million of capital improvement money. They did not go out and get the free money from the federal government, or they did not receive the grant for it. And so they went out and spent some of their own money, and they built fiber from the Sims building on the Santa Fe Capitol South Campus to the rail yards. And in the rail yards, they created a point of presence, a POP, for Cyber Mesa, the local ISP, internet service provider, to manage their fiber and to try to encourage some competition and a little bit of an open network and maybe some more use of it. Limited success with it, some success definitely, but not as much as some other models might allow. In terms of a shared investment and risk, I could not find a model for a public-private partnership in fiber or in internet and broadband delivery, but sometimes it's a public-private partnership where a convention center is managed and the profits are split by the community and a provider. And then a regional consortium, the JPA model, that's ReadyNet is one of those. So that's ReadyNet is Northern New Mexico's open network. And then a new one that has just come up, which has modeled after ReadyNet a little bit, is the Pueblo Consortium, which is the Middle Rio Grande Pueblos from Cochiti down to Santa Ana. And so in their case, they financed their project through a Native American Development Bank, and that is based down in Rio Rancho. And then you can just wait for things to happen, which I don't recommend, but some communities have done absolutely nothing. So we're a little bit further ahead than doing nothing, but we're not as ahead as Chattanooga. So some of the costs, everybody asks, how much does it cost? And so we're currently putting up public Wi-Fi hotspots around the county, and those cost in general between $5,000 and $20,000 per hotspot. Depends on how much last mile needs to be built to the location where you want to build the hotspot. In some cases, it could be as little as $1,000 because it's like built right to the roof and already ready to go. But in general, it's $5,000 to $20,000 with all the repeaters and all that technology. In the 2.4 gigahertz wireless system that we talked about, that's that medium length distance area, those are $10,000 to $40,000 per base station. The smaller ones for development or just a very tight valley would be at about $10,000, and then the stronger ones that have a longer range are closer to $40,000. Once you have those set up, the antenna and the home modem cost about $150 per home. And the community, an individual wireless ISP, an individual WISP, can kind of get to critical mass at about 100 or 200 homes. Then there's the gold standard, which is fiber. And that is very expensive, an order of magnitude more expensive than wireless. And so pole mounted, where you have the pole agreement and you have open space on the pole, can cost as little as $10,000 to $20,000 per mile. And there's a lot of miles in this county, so it adds up quickly. Buried fiber, which is even better, it's safer and more durable. If you're building it with construction, if you're building a new road, if you're repaving a road, and you don't have to worry about damaging anything, you can build it for as little as $20,000 alongside construction per mile. But if you're retrofitting something, or if you're building something that has to go under a road and bore, or around water pipes or gas pipes, or even with SHPO archaeological issues, it can easily get to $100,000 to $140,000 per mile to retrofit something. So it's expensive, but the good news is that there's financing for this. And so over here we have a bunch of sources. And so federal infrastructure programs, we've been waiting for one of those for about 4 years now. But in the past, those have funded lots of broadband projects. And that's what goes back to the BTOP ARA grants in 2008 of the Obama administration. USDA is the largest builder of fiber optics across the country. They do it for farms and in rural, and they handle the tribal grant system for this. So that's a pot of money that would be eligible, that we would be eligible for. USAC is the Universal Service Administrative Company, and so every time you pay your phone bill, you add a couple dollars in there because they want to make it where we're going to provide phone service for rural, it's like the rural electrification or rural phone service. And so one of the programs under USAC and the pool of money is to pay for the schools and libraries to get hooked up. The state, through Do It and through the administration, has broadband grants, and ReadyNet has applied for some of those. ICIP, ReadyNet has applied for state legislature and individual apportionments from different representatives. There's CIP bonds, just like the one you just went through. There are LEADA grants, broadband and the internet infrastructure is eligible for LEADA grants. You could do a special assessment if a community decided, or the whole community wanted it, and just say, hey, we're just going to pop a fee on there on your next tax bill. The city has been collecting impact fees, and I guess the county probably is eligible to do that if they wanted to start putting impact fees towards that and start charging that. There's TIDs, tax improvement districts, and so neighborhood could be the community college district, it could be Las Campanas, it could be anywhere that decides that they want to pay more on their taxes and they want to recirculate their money as an investment into broadband, that they can define a district. Complicated, but it makes things happen. And then there's an industrial revenue bond, which can be used for building a bunch of infrastructure and some of the key trunks in there. So the money's there, again, and just like there are all these different players and there's all these different pools of money, this takes a lot of coordinating. So part of one of my favorite expressions is you can do anything, you just can't do it alone. And this is a good lesson for Santa Fe County and for all of the players in this, that nobody, the school district had to go it alone because E-rate was running out of time, but they should have reached out earlier to the city and the county and said, we should do this together when they had a big pot of money. So Santa Fe County, when we're talking about this area and this broadband subject, is in an ideal leadership position, but it definitely should not be the only one at the table, and it should not be in too much of a controlling position. It should open it up to all the stakeholders and let everybody participate, but help facilitate. Also, this is going to take time. As I mentioned, Chattanooga has been doing this for about 12 years at this point, and they are not 100% built out. And so even if we start right now, we're talking about a decade. I would be very happy if we said that we had accomplished something in a decade. This is expensive, but as I mentioned, there's money out there, but it takes somebody cobbling together how you're going to pay for it. Some things need a matching grant, a matching local match. Some things need a small, you just got to cobble it together. It's like any big construction project. We need goals. You need goals. If we want to specifically move the needle, we need to say we want 500 homes by, I'm just throwing this out, but maybe it's 500 homes by a year from now, or a year or two. Maybe it's 5,000 homes in the next 5 years. Whatever it is, if we don't set a goal, we'll never get there. And then execution. Again, this is such a complicated thing that this needs a plan, it needs a budget, and it needs project management. And it's not impossible, but you need somebody who has the bandwidth to literally just sit there and move it along. So as I mentioned in not doing this alone, part of the reason is because some of these groups on this slide are eligible for one pot of money, and some of them are eligible for another pot of money, and the other groups are not. So education money goes to the public schools, it goes to the Indian school, it might go to the community college. Money for telehealth, fixing up health clinics or senior centers is probably health related and might go through the hospitals and the hospital system here. Money that the state gives out probably goes through cities and counties. And so at the end of the day, these are the key players that are not, specifically these are not the providers, but these are the infrastructure builders that need, and owners that need to sort of be at the table. They will all recognize the need and their key position, and they just need a format, I think, to help us move forward with this and to be participatory. Because in the old days, or relatively recently, you could go to, it's divide and conquer, and nobody gets anywhere. And so we need to really focus on bringing the team together. So next steps. Santa Fe County could utilize and support ReadyNet a little more. Santa Fe does not take service, broadband service from ReadyNet, and so as a proof of concept, it could help support ReadyNet with a little purchase of service. and show that it is a dependable backup and then potentially primary service. It would help with Santa Fe County's resiliency. It could have some backup servers to deal with some cloud computing and disaster preparedness. And then ReadyNet has the capacity to help you build what you want to build. So if you need to build up Highway 76 or you need to build down Highway 14, ReadyNet has the technical expertise to help you get that set up. They're pretty thin, and it's a volunteer board, and they don't have staff, but the board is technically very savvy and can point you in the right direction and should be utilized for these opportunities. Another concept is the dig once policy. So when you, Santa Fe County, builds a new trail down the river, that is a great corridor to string fiber optics and help connect all of the homes on each side of the river. And in a dig once policy, that makes the fiber build, that puts it in the $20,000 a mile range instead of the $100,000 a mile range, because you build it when everything's a mess and you don't worry if a truck breaks the sidewalk or things like that. So there's no sidewalk in place. So the dig once policy is an internal policy for Santa Fe County. That when a road project happens, when a construction project happens, when something in a building happens, they just check with somebody who's in charge of broadband and says, how does broadband fit into this? Can we cross the road here? Can we get down the road here? Can we get up the building so we can have an antenna on top of the building and so on? So it just incorporates it into your plans and makes it significantly cheaper when you're doing it. It's virtually invisible if you catch it in time. New land development codes. So when somebody goes and does a Rancho Viejo or whatever the next new development is, or Las Campanas, the requirement would be that, hey, you need to put in fiber optic to the home as part of your development package. That is a very good way to achieve your goals. So if the next 5,000 homes that are planned and subdivided and lots that are subdivided in Santa Fe County come with fiber to the home, well, that's, again, a lot cheaper than having to retrofit. And so doing it in the land development code pre-development saves a ton of money. Again, the developers don't care that much as long as you don't have to come back and do it later. Develop an MOU and a JPA to start focusing on this. Again, this is trying to bring everybody from the slide before. Most of those folks are government organizations and nonprofits, and some sort of MOU and JPA could coordinate the planning and make it where everybody can start working on grants and the funding of a big project that they will all benefit from. That goes to the investment in planning and project management. Again, Chris and Alex do a great job over at the county, but they're only 2 people and they've got a very big portfolio of things to do. And some folks or a person focused on planning and project management, either at the county or at ReadyNet or independently, could help you move things further faster. And then one of the side aspects of this is that if we think that we're going to build this in the next 10 years, one of the problems is that we don't have workforce for this. If you go and talk to any of the IT installers, any of the companies, whether it's Cyber Mesa or Capital Computing or any of the computer shops, they are all desperate for people that could do this work. And so a great opportunity would be, as part of this 10-year plan, that we talk to the Santa Fe Community College and say, we're going to need 100 new IT professionals or 200 to help install this across the area. And so if somebody comes in and is going to help us build this and they say, I can't hire people, you say, well, wait, we're going to go help you train people. So we could help them get people that would be great employees and would be local. They wouldn't be bringing people in from other communities to build our system. We would train them here for our community. That's pretty much it, guys. I had a lot of help from some of your team, some of our team over at the Chamber. The Chamber has been great. And a shout out to Commissioner Hanson, who's been encouraging me to do this for a while, and I've been bugging you all to try to get in front of you. So if I can answer any questions, thank you very much for your attention. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and thank you for the presentation. It's really informative to know the different measures and the direction that we're going, and seeing how the possibilities for the county to work with you on these areas. And I'm glad to see that we are as well. I'd like to just thank you once again for your presentation, but I'm going to go to other commissioners right now. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, are you there? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead, sir.
No, fine.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Garcia, you're muted, sir. There you go.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you for the presentation. I actually wonder if we could get a copy of the presentation. It wasn't loaded up to Board Docs. It would be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and Commissioner,
Thank you,
just
Commissioner.
to follow up, yeah, if you have any other further questions, I know I promised you a briefing such similar to this prior, so if you have any more questions, you can.
I actually will, but some of them are at a level of detail that's probably not useful, quite so useful for open meeting as in maybe a follow-up meeting. And this was really good background for that. So I would like to be able to get together and pursue some of the specifics further.
You got it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Justin. This was really great. Thank you for all your work on it. Over this last week, I sat in on a number of federal policies that NACO is working on. And one of the main things that they're working on is broadband was like at the top of the list. So I think we're right in line. And NACO is a lobbying organization, National Association of Counties, that could, lobby for more federal money like we had with the Recovery Act. And so I think that is really important. I think it's interesting that DOE and LANL have such difficulties with broadband. They clearly need help with that. They can't hold any meetings without them just completely falling apart. At least all the ones that I have been on, and I have been on a number of them. So it's clear that we need to figure out some resources, and that is why I thought that these study sessions, and I'm looking forward to us doing them over the next couple of months to start coalescing into some really strong ideas. I'm also, I really want to support the Dig Once program, a policy. I think that is a really important policy that we all need to get into the land use code because we're not going to go backwards at the moment. And I completely, wholeheartedly agree with you that we need to use the Santa Fe Community College as a workforce training and capability, especially for IT, but for many other things, and we have that potential there, and it needs to be expanded. So I'm grateful for all the things that you have brought up. And yes, of course, I would like a copy of this presentation, but I'm sure you will, Chris or somebody will share it with all of the commissioners. And thank you. So just thank you very much, Justin, for all your hard work on this. This has been great.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also appreciate especially the possible next steps for us to take. I think that's very useful for us to look at as we're considering how to move forward. I did have one quick question. If you could elaborate a little bit, you talked about using wireless in areas like Las Campanas. Does that translate to a lot of the county? That, in other words, that where people are spread out pretty widely, wireless is going to be more useful, or is it sort of a mixture of places? That's my question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. So Las Campanas is unique in the sense that they have a restriction on antennas on their roof. So they limit themselves from visible antennas that could then work with the current wireless systems that are out there. So their problem is a little bit of a self-made problem. And their solution could be as easy as them changing their regulations, if only for a few years, if they decided that this was something that they wanted, that was urgent for them. Wireless works if you have a clear line of sight up to Chasuki Peak or to one of the radio towers. Wireless works great almost everywhere in the county. But if you have trees, or if you have a hill or a ridge or something, then you start to get into problems, and then there becomes the possibility of it getting too, like in Espanola, because there's a lot of competing wireless systems up there, that there's a lot of radio traffic. And so some of the channels get a little busy, and so they degrade, and Espanola is sort of a little bit of a free-for-all. Santa Fe County doesn't quite have that issue so much, but it could. If we didn't have Comcast and everybody was in the community was depending on wireless, we would probably have some pretty heavy radio traffic. So the answer is yes. This could be a solution for most places. I don't think it's the only solution, but it is definitely the shortest term and easiest solution out there right now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That was helpful.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. This is Rudy.
Commissioner Hughes, were you done, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Really quick, what's the plan for people that live in rural areas? Because we can put fiber up and down the interstate, up and down county roads, and how do you get to the rural areas? Santa Cruz, Chimayo, Edgewood, La Cienega. What's the plan for that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. So each community has its own problem and set of opportunities. So as I mentioned earlier, Edgewood has fiber optic being distributed to the home by Plaxotel, a New Mexico-based cooperative telephone company. And then like La Cienega is a different case. La Cienega has the potential for wireless, but is pretty dense with foliage. So a lot of houses don't get a great line of sight to whatever antennas are out there. So that is probably one of the areas where a new antenna might need to be built. La Cienega is also a spot that if there's potential to build fiber or to tie into fiber that's going up and down the interstate, it is along the interstate. So there is potential to tie in there. It's just coalescing the community. It's like going and going door to door and saying, how bad is it and how bad do you want it? And how much money does the community have to do it? And so the good news is you're not giving away this service for free, right? So you kind of know what the cost basis is, and if every household is going to give you $40 or $50 a month, and you think you got 300 homes, you can figure out the financing for that little project. Each community is different, and as I mentioned, Edgewood is lucky to have fiber.
Thank you for that answer. So really quick. So sitting on the school board, and so what the school board actually did, and Dr. Garcia did an excellent job, her and her staff. Every kid out of almost 12,000 kids has access. But what we did, we actually went and bought T-Mobile hotspots. And T-Mobile does not work good here in La Cienega. T-Mobile does not work good in some of the areas. And the reason why we bought hotspots from T-Mobile, because Verizon was actually like 4 or 5 months out. And so can we actually put a hotspot or broadband on a bus or some kind of community center? That way everybody can have it? Or does it actually have to have fiber connected to it? Because
Yeah, these.
some, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. The school board has done a lot of emergency solutions and has been really great about that. The school district is, early on in this pandemic, we were sitting with Patricia Northby, and before we even realized how bad this was going to get, we were preparing for the concept of, oh my, we're going to be sending the kids home pretty soon. And she was months ahead of us. She saw it coming and they were preparing. Of course, months is not enough time to get really prepared, but it was better than nothing, right? And so there are a lot of innovative ideas that are temporary fixes. The long-term fixes are sort of what I'm interested right now is how we can get to a system that lasts for the next 20 years or 30 years. But the short-term fixes, the CARES Act money has lots of solutions. And encouraging Chris and Alex have gone out to get CARES Act money. Go get more. There's going to be another infrastructure bill probably in 6 months. Go get another one of those. And we should have as many plans lined up to be shovel ready, for lack of a better term, for whenever these bills come. Because when they come down the pike, you've got to be ready really quickly. And having a plan is a way to say that you're ready.
Thank you for that. I just like to give credit to Senator Richard Martinez and the late Speaker Ben Lohan for getting ReadyNet. Actually, in northern Santa Fe County, all the way up to Cuesta and so on and so forth. Senator Cisneros, the late Senator Cisneros, and so we have fiber all up and down the road. So I just want to know how we get to the rural areas, to the people that live down the road in Chimayo or down the road in Los. How do we get them internet service? That's all. But thank you for the answer, Justin. Appreciate the presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. That is starting with a case by case, like every road corridor or every community, literally going and saying, what is available? Is there something available? No. Okay, then it's definitely high on a priority list. If there's something available, every once in a while you find people that just don't like CenturyLink, but CenturyLink is completely fine, but they have a personal preference. So competition is definitely better. It brings prices down, it keeps quality up, but we need to probably look at some strategic builds. And I think 76 is one of them. I think Chris is already working on a project for 76. And that's one that I think is going to be both Santa Fe County and Rio Arriba County, but he could give you details about that if I'm mistaken. So thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I can't see my entire screen, so I just want to see if there's any other comments for any other commissioners. Just feel free to chime in if there is. Okay, so I do want to thank you once again for your presentation, Mr. Green. Also, I was wondering if we should try and do an update biannually, quarterly. I kind of wanted to get some feedback from you, or I don't know if staff, we can have them do updates, but I do want to invite you to come back if you'd like to do updates every so often, and also just have an open line of communication with the commissioners as well, so that we can work to help you with that. What would be your suggestion, Mr. Green, or would you say that we would have staff that we would have do the updates? I mean, we can also, however you think we need to proceed, but.
Yeah, so you have a resource with me here right now, and our committee would be happy to give an update on things. You also have a great resource with Chris and Alex over at the Department of at the Economic Development Division. We're happy to work together. The more interest there is in this, the more we'll get done, right? I mean, part of the punchline of this is that Chris is stretched a little thin, and he's got a lot of things on his plate, which is fantastic, right? But this is one thing that he needs probably added capacity, and that can take a lot of different forms. And so that was part of what we were trying to be a little added capacity. He has support from ReadyNet, and he has support from the chamber. We're there to help when it's time for budget planning. We're happy to give you our recommendations, and I'm sure Chris would as well. And when it's time for questions about specific neighborhoods or communities, some of us know some answers, and I'm sure Chris knows all the answers. So I think you have a resource there, but we're ready to give you as much as we can from a more holistic perspective, maybe.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I know staff does a great job doing that as well. I just wanted to see if what the thoughts were, so I appreciate that. I know that I'd like to see if we could try and get updates on broadband. I know it's pretty important to all of the commissioners, or very important to all the commissioners, I should say. So I just want to make sure that we're being as proactive as possible. Any other comments? I thought I heard, was that Chris Heyer that was chiming in? Or Mr. Montoya?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is Joseph. Our initial plan was to be able to present this kind of information. I think Justin has done a fantastic job of setting the tables that might be, giving us the common knowledge of what's gone out there, what the possibilities are. And then so in discussing this issue with Catherine, who's very interested in making sure that, we continue to increase our broadband capacity through the county. But our intention is to provide you with several different pieces of information, several different other speakers. And during that time, we'll be collecting the information and then hopefully then coming up with some policies to be able to move forward. In much the same way that we just discussed at the Housing Board what our work plan was, we intend to kind of do the same thing here for broadband. So So that was the idea. So this wasn't a one-off, and it wasn't just the Chamber of Commerce coming to you every once in a few months to say, well, this is what happened. It's part of a plan to be able to put something together that you can consider and participate in and make sure that staff is moving forward in order to increase capacity.
Okay, thank you. Once again, thank you, Mr. Green, for the presentation. Did a great job. We appreciate it. Very enlightening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners, and I look forward to following up with you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, and that's item number 7B. And this is New Mexico State Legislature Interim Committee Reports. Who's going to be talking to this one, Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, Hutchie Miller will be presenting.
Okay, Mr. Miller, you're on, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I've provided a report to you earlier today in an email regarding the interim committees, and that's what I'm going to report on today. What I have here is a basic overview of different topics that were being discussed through the interim. And the interim committees have started since the conclusion of the special session, which was in June of this same year. And the main item which is being discussed probably throughout all governments in the United States is revenues and the budget. And that's because of the toll that the pandemic has put on governments and their collection of taxes or other revenues that they rely on for providing goods and services to their communities. And the state in Mexico is no different. And the Legislative Finance Committee had a report provided to them in late September, early October. And the findings of the report were that the state was losing revenue because of the shutdown, and that the businesses that were doing well still in the pandemic were large corporations. And this was a problem for New Mexico because while we have large corporation entities here, they're not headquartered here. And so most of our small businesses who are being impacted even greater are located here, but they weren't the ones thriving through the pandemic. In addition, oil and gas has taken a big hit all across the world because of the lack of travel, either by motor vehicles or by plane. And it looks like this is going to continue throughout the entire length of the pandemic, however long that will go on, because most people are staying home, working from home, going to school from home, and they're not traveling the same way as they have or they had been pre-pandemic. And I'll read the next paragraph here so I can get the numbers right. And it says, economists for the legislative and executive branches of government said revenue came in stronger than expected in the first half of 2020, pushing state reserve levels to about $2 billion, or 29% of spending on July 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year. Though this provided a better situation than was expected, a buffer provided by the federal stimulus package, which included expanded unemployment benefits and checks to taxpayers, was the key to the state's elevated economic activity. So up until that point, we're still doing pretty good, but there's a lot of unknowns going into the remainder of the year and into next calendar year. And that has a lot to do with future stimulus that the federal government may or may not provide to states and local governments. And without that knowledge, it's a hard thing to do for economists to predict for the state as to what we should look for. The economist from New Mexico State University, Dr. Peach, was suggesting that in an effort to combat any lower revenues by the state, that the state could look at taking up increased taxes, both in the property tax realm and the fuel tax realm. And that's because this is where the state has room to increase taxes. The state of New Mexico has comparatively lower rates on property taxes and on fuel taxes compared to the rest of the United States. So an increase in these taxes in particular could probably be withstanded because of the fact that increasing them would take New Mexico to a more equal status among states in the United States. What also Dr. Peach recommended was investments in education, workforce training, and recreational amenities to strengthen New Mexico. And in regards to the taxes, legislators were not in favor of any increased taxes of any kind, both by Republicans and Democrats. The main thing that would help the state overall is trying to study and plan for different options, which the state would be looking at as far as revenues. That's saying that oil and gas might go up, oil and gas may continue to go down. Will the federal government provide more stimulus? And if so, will they broaden the scope of how stimulus could be used by states? And so overall, it's trying to prepare and plan for different options. And that's what was recommended by economists of the state that the state should look at. So a lot of the other legislation that's being discussed during the interim is predicated on what will happen with the state budget and what could be expected for state revenues into the future. So it might not be cleared up until next year, calendar 2021, but a lot of expectations could be answered after the general election, and that could determine, for example, whether the state would or the states would get an extension on the CARES Act grants, and maybe those monies don't all have to be spent within the calendar year, which is the situation right now, and that would help out predicting how much more money would be available to the state and local governments. And it would also, after the election, it could also be seen as to which party would be in control of the White House and different parts of Congress. And that could determine which way federal stimulus might go. So that's one of the real determining factors that could be help understand what we're going to expect in the future as far as revenues. What I have here on the next page, page 2, is just a listing of some of the major topics that relate to Santa Fe County and some of the major interim committees that meet during the summer and into the winter. I just have them listed here so that you can see them, and if at all you need more information on any of these items, me and Tessa follow these meetings, and we can provide you information as to any of these specific topics and to what is going on with those items that they've been discussing at the legislature. Lastly, I would just like to mention that going into November and December, the state legislature will, the interim committees in particular, will start presenting a legislation for a sponsorship by the committee. So into November and December, we'll get a real look at what actual pieces of legislation the legislature will be taking on in January. So we'll be back and we'll be providing more updates next month and in December as well. So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on as far as proposed legislation. Lastly, at the bottom of page 2 and on page 3 is just a listing of all the different interim committees that have been held, and if there's anything of interest that you see there, please let us know, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about that. So that's all I have as far as the presentation today. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We appreciate that. I'm going to go to the commission. Commissioner Hansen, did you have any questions for Mr. Miller? Commissioner Hansen, you might be on mute.
Okay, I'm only temporarily unmuted because I can't get my bottom thing won't show up.
Commissioner Hansen, I think you're muted again.
I know, but I was trying to get to the main pop-up menu at the bottom because I feel like I'm getting all this feedback talking through this temporary unmute. But I will just say to Hutch and Tessa, I have attended some of the radioactive and hazardous material committee meetings. I attended the one on September 9th. I didn't know about the one on October 21st because I don't seem to be on their list. So if you could help me with anything like that, I would be appreciative. I've also been attending these work sessions on community solar with Commissioner Stefanix, who set up this working group on, I think it's Senate Bill 63. I think it was a memorial or something about community solar. So I'd be interested in finding out the legislation that might be coming out of that working group with Senator Stefanix. And otherwise, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, we'll make sure and keep you informed of anything related to the community solar and those types of legislation, and provide both you and the District 2 liaison any future information and updates as well.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Was that it, Commissioner? Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
I'm not really done, but I'm going to be done because I can't get, my pop-up screen at the bottom where you unmute does not show up. I don't know why. It's just the challenges of.
I hear you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, just feel free to contact us whenever you're able to, and any questions that you have, we'll make sure and get them answered.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hutch, thank you for what you do. As you know, the Roundhouse is, you get it, you understand that, you and your individual that work with you. And so I guess in the next 7 days, 8 days, we'll figure out where the country is going and what we need to do. And so thank you for what you do. And I actually would just like to give some kudos to Manager Miller, because you know what? She's very conservative, and thanks to Manager Miller that we are where we are in Santa Fe County, and we're still moving forward. And thank you, Catherine, for what you do, because you get it. You've been there. You've done that, Catherine. You've been there in that Roundhouse, and during a time in 2009, 2010, whenever you were a major player there, and so what happens at the Roundhouse is going to be interesting, especially in the next 7, 8 days. But just want to give some kudos to Catherine, because you know, Santa Fe County, we're doing great, and I appreciate that, Catherine. And so, but Hutch, thank you for what you do. Keep your eyes on what's going on over there, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and whatever support you need from the commission, Hutch, you make sure you let us know. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually found the summary very, very helpful for directing few interests in the things that are going on. And from my point of view, what I would be interested in following up on, and you know, we're augmenting things that are already going on. So I really appreciated this summary, and we'll just work with you directly on questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a very simple question, which is just because I'm new. Do we at some point put together a package of bills or projects that we support at the legislature and then actively promote those?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Manager Miller?
So to answer Commissioner Hughes' question, one of the things we do, and usually we have done it by now, but I have not received it yet from New Mexico counties, is they have a list of priorities that all of the affiliates, so like the treasurer's affiliate, the clerk's affiliate, the managers, the commissioners, bring forward to a committee, and then that committee kind of gives thumbs up or thumbs down as to whether those things should move forward for recommendation to the New Mexico County's board, and then the board approves New Mexico County's priorities, and we usually bring that to you by now. I need to check with Steve Kopelman as to where I know that they have been discussing legislative priorities, but I don't know if they've finalized their list. So that usually starts off our first list of items that we prioritize for the county as items that we will track and follow and either be in support of or opposed to. And then each commissioner also has bills or areas of interest that we look for, any bills that might be submitted in those areas, and give reports. And we're also, this interim committee report is one that we started this year just because it's a little hard to follow everything that's going on. We thought this might give you a little bit of a head start of areas of interest and things you would like us to follow. But each commissioner usually brings up items that they have an interest in and bills that they're interested in, and then we bring those forward to the board as whether or not they will be a county priority, or at least whether the county wants to take a position on the legislation, and that enables staff to speak in favor or against legislation that falls within the parameters of what the board directs. So we do, it's kind of an ongoing process, Commissioner Hughes. Usually by December, we also, and we've already approved our capital priorities. We did that when we approved our ICIP and our top 5 projects. That becomes what we present to the legislature as our capital priorities. Not that I have a whole lot of hope there'll be capital funding this coming legislative session. But we do that as well as the New Mexico County priorities that we support and any other individual ones that commissioners have brought forward. And we add that to our total package as we go. So it even happens during the legislative session, something might come up and a commissioner might bring it forward to the board. So we have it as a standing item on our agenda to discuss legislation and take action as a board if you want to direct county staff to support or oppose legislation. Hope that helps.
Yeah, no, that's great. So I guess it'll be happening in the next month and a half to 2 months and then ongoing. But yeah, that's very helpful. I'll put my list together. It'll be a short list, don't worry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so I just want to say thank you to Hutchie. It's very informative, and I look forward to see how things progress. So we appreciate what your presentation, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Is this Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, it is.
Commissioner Hanson.
I just want to mention, I thought it was very interesting that we talked about taxes in the housing committee that we had earlier, and it was possibly a tax on second homes and apartment complex. And I'm thinking that maybe that might be something that the legislature might even think about supporting. So I just wanted to mention that to you, Hutch. This was something that Director Montoya was talking about in the housing. And I think that is something a tax that they might consider.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, thank you for that information. I can follow up with Joseph to get more information.
Okay, that would be great.
And I'll also look through the interim committee notes here and see if there's anything that was brought up by the legislature already, but to my recollection, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Once again, thank you, Hutchie, for all the information that you provided and always working with the commission, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 7C. First it's an update on New Mexico Civil Rights Commission. And secondly, an overview of public comments submitted to county staff and to the commission. And we have our county attorney, Mr. Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is an informational item only. We're not asking for any direction from the Board of County Commissioners this evening. However, on the topic of the upcoming legislature, we did want to give you some information and an update on proposed legislation that will undoubtedly command quite a bit of attention by public entities and legislatures during the upcoming session. And that is legislation that would create a new state law cause of action for deprivation of New Mexico constitutional rights. The Chapter 1 of the laws that came out of the last special session created the New Mexico Civil Rights Commission. And that commission consists of 9 members, 3 of whom were appointed by the governor and 6 of whom were appointed by the Legislative Council. The commission was tasked with looking at a variety of things, including developing proposals for laws for the creation of a civil right of action for the deprivation by a public body of any right, privilege, or immunity secured by the Constitution of New Mexico, considering whether such right of action shall provide for monetary damages, including punitive damages, and other equitable relief, including injunctive relief, considering whether attorney's fees shall be mandated for a prevailing plaintiff, the statute of limitations for any such cause of action, and indemnification of employees of a public body in cases involving the right of action. Reviewing the use of so-called qualified immunity as a defense to liability by an employee of a public body for a claim that could be brought under federal law or pursuant to the right of action considered by the commission. And then finally, reviewing and assessing the need for and cost of additional insurance policies for public employees and public bodies relative to any laws proposed by the commission. So the law, House Bill 5 from the special session, set as November 15th, 2020, the deadline for the commission to submit a report of its findings, including specific recommendations and proposed legislation to the governor, the New Mexico Legislative Council, and appropriate legislative interim committees that deal with courts, corrections, and justice. This past Friday, October 23rd, 2020, the commission voted on certain matters that it had been tasked with considering. So I'm going to get to what the commission recommended in a minute. But first, I wanted to provide you with an overview of comments that the county manager and I submitted to the commission. Our comments were generally consistent with comments that have been made by New Mexico counties, as well as some other local public bodies. In general, the county manager and I pointed out that state law already provides a cause of action for violations of the New Mexico Constitution by law enforcement officers, which includes deputy sheriffs and detention officers. So one of the stated reasons or purposes of the commission to deal with the reckoning of police brutality claims across the country. We could say truthfully that state law already provides a cause of action to address any such situations. We pointed out that a new broad cause of action for deprivation of New Mexico constitutional rights that was uncapped or provided for attorney's fees to the prevailing party or punitive damages would likely cause the market for medical malpractice insurance to completely dry up. Consistent with that, New Mexico counties provided information to the commission noting that such a cause of action would likely cause the market for reinsurance for New Mexico counties to dry up as well. So in other words, part of what would happen is that more and more risk would ultimately be borne by local governmental entities because it wouldn't be insurable in the marketplace. We also noted that, in the context of substantial liability claims and attorney's fees, our view is that qualified immunity makes sense since you wouldn't want exposure on such claims if the law on which they were based wasn't clearly established at the time that the public official made their judgment as to how to proceed. We also noted that uninsured judgments against local governmental entities like the county that cannot be satisfied through existing resources are paid for by taxpayers. I mean, ultimately, all of the funds that the county manages are taxpayer funds or public funds in some sense, but the Constitution of the United States, of New Mexico, as well as state law, provides that judgments rendered against a county can actually be paid for by a specific tax levy that is imposed to pay that judgment. And then the final point that we made is that given all of the challenges and requirements that local governments have to provide services, that now really isn't the time for the legislature to be diverting taxpayer dollars to claims, but instead the legislature should be exploring opportunities and ways in which additional resources can be made available to local governments. Resources for law enforcement and jail operations, more resources for the treatment of people suffering from substance abuse and or mental health disorders so as to minimize their interactions with police officers and keep them out of county jails, as well as more resources to train and supervise law enforcement officers. So we generally use the county's adult detention facility as a way to frame some of these concerns and to demonstrate the challenges we face in terms of the medically fragile population that we serve, the investments that we've made to serve that population, and the work that remains to be done, as well as our own experience, of which you're well aware, in terms of the hardening insurance market. Attached to, uploaded to board docs and attached to this memorandum was the text of the specific comments that we did submit to the commission last Friday. And I'll go on to wrap up with what the commission did, as I understand it, at its meeting last Friday. So although the votes were not unanimous, the commission, as I understand it, did recommend or vote to recommend a new state law cause of action for violation of the New Mexico Constitution. That recommended cause of action would not include a cap on compensatory damages, at least at this time. So the amount of damages would generally not be subject to a hard dollar cap. That's in contrast to current law under the New Mexico Tort Claims Act. It would include an attorney fees provision for prevailing plaintiffs. So if plaintiffs prevail in the cause of action, the governmental entity would be required to pay their attorney's fees. Oftentimes, attorney's fees are actually larger than the damages awarded. And it is a significant exposure for governmental entities when faced with litigation for federal constitutional violations. For example, the attorney's fees is a big motivator to settle and can often, again, be 7 figures in some cases in terms of attorney's fees, but at least 6 figures in others. The proposed cause of action would require public employers to indemnify public employees for claims brought under the recommended cause of action. That is actually something that the county manager and I in our staff level comments supported, since most claims would bankrupt public officials and leave plaintiffs without a recovery if in fact there was not an indemnification requirement. And the specter of such huge personal liability may well drive people out of public service, which would mean that the most qualified folks would look for other careers, which is the exact opposite of what such a cause of action is meant to achieve. It would not include qualified immunity as a defense and would not allow for the award of punitive damages, which I would take as at least one small win, so to speak, relative to what the commission recommended. Punitive damages are a great wild card whenever you're dealing with litigation, since they're meant to punish. And so a majority of the commission felt that punitive damages would be inappropriate. So the commission will now work over the month of November to finalize its report. And again, it would be recommending a cause of action along the lines that I outlined. So I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Again, this is informational only. In the future, the Board of County Commissioners will, have to decide what, if any, position it wants to take relative to this proposed cause of action and any law that would actually enact it. But for purposes of today, it was just to provide you with information about this significant commission and the work that it has done. Again, I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for the update. I'm going to go to commissioners with questions and comments. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg. HB 5, who's sponsoring the bill? I'm sorry, I'm here.
One second. Bear with me 1 second while I find that information, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia. I'll have to look that up, but if you have another question, please.
Yes, I do. So also, so yourself as well as the county manager submitted a letter in regards to the House Bill 5 on behalf of the county commission, or was that? So did you guys submit a letter on behalf of the county commission, or? So that's another question I have.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we submitted staff comments, and they were denominated as being from the county manager and from the county attorney.
Okay, thank you. And also one thing that I think that's very interesting about the bill, I understand it and I've read it and I've heard about it in regards to the mental abuse or drug addiction policies. I totally get it. As we all know, we have a case that's going to possibly coming forward to the county commission here in District 4, Commissioner Hamilton's area. It was in the paper Sunday that we all saw, and so I guess my mind just rolling goes into, I get the bill, I understand the bill because I've seen the bill and I've heard about the bill, so just want to bring that forward for public discussion or for the record. But thank you, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Attorney, and so I appreciate it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia, before we move on, if I may, Mr. Chair, the sponsors of House Bill 5 were Brian Egolf, Karen Bash, and Gerald Ortiz y Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. I'm going to go to Commissioner. I should see hands. Okay, Commissioner Hanson, I see you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Greg, for this update. one of the things I'm slightly concerned about is the impact to our insurance. And is there anybody on the commission that kind of understands how difficult it already is for counties to get insurance?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I don't want to speak to what individual commissioners may or may not have understood. What I can say is that that information was presented to the commission, both by myself and the county manager relative to our experience with medical malpractice insurance, which, as you know, we contacted in excess of 20 carriers or markets and received only one quote for medical malpractice insurance. It was 21. And I think information was likewise presented by the New Mexico counties in terms of the struggles that they've had to retain or get quotes for reinsurance. So certainly that information was presented. And I won't purport to say, what commissioners did or did not understand. I didn't speak with any of them specifically, nor did I listen to all of the deliberations. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Yeah, it's just concerning to me because it is extraordinarily difficult for counties to. There are other levels of insurance that we struggle with, and so if this is putting more hurdles up for us, it creates another challenge. And so thank you for presenting this and giving, and also thank you very much to you and the manager for providing comments. I think that's incredibly important. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Schaefer or Manager Miller, thank you for looking at this and making the comments. It seems to me that this Civil Rights Commission was trying to address a problem that, we've all heard about, in terms of excessive use of force and things like that. Are there recommendations we could make to improve this bill so that it would be acceptable, or are they just going in totally the wrong direction in terms of the problem?
Great comments, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think as we at the staff level continue to analyze the recommendations of the commission with New Mexico counties and with other governmental entities, there may be items or areas of potential compromise for individuals to consider. I don't think we're there yet at the staff level, and I don't think we're there yet in collaboration with New Mexico counties and our other governmental partners. So the short answer is there may be, but the slightly longer answer is I don't think that we're prepared to bring forth any specific recommendations or thoughts along those lines at this time. Do you have anything you want to add, County Manager?
No, I think that's, Mr. Chair, I think that what Greg said is true. My understanding is this was even put forward to the commission to, that they put the questionnaire out there, I think, to try to get some input just about the concept of the legislation. And I don't know that there is a specific bill already prepared for this legislative session. So I think that's it's still to be seen what comes out of the process at the Civil Rights Commission.
Okay, well, thank you. I mean, I guess I'm just thinking, it's a little uncomfortable to be sort of in opposition to a civil rights type bill, and if we could help them fix it so that it was acceptable, that might be one path, or hopefully that's still possible. I guess that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Is there any other comments? We'll go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask, so I have some similar concerns to what Commissioner Hughes expressed. That is, that in general, the commission and some of the concepts seem like good ideas, but the implementation of those ideas can have some positive, but also some very negative impacts, and they're interrelated. And I'm not clear in my own mind. I'm not even sure how to contribute to fixing that because it's complex. But there's this sense of wanting to contribute to some appropriate fixes, and I guess going forward, like Commissioner Hughes, I'd be really interested in if you guys are planning if we're to continue some analysis where there might be some contribution we can make. I'm not sure, that's not really a question, but it is an expression of interest in avoiding what could be some very major negative impacts in trying, when the state's trying to achieve something that could be very important, clearly has some needs.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Manager Miller.
I think, New Mexico County has been very engaged in trying to at least, kind of stay on top of this, provide comments, and it isn't about being out there to just oppose any proposed legislation, but certainly we felt it important to inform the commission of the potential unintended consequences. And so we felt it was important to comment. Like I said, it's not typical that a commission or committee will put out a survey like that. So it was an opportunity for us to provide comments. I also know that the New Mexico counties provided comments, but we wanted to, provide the reality for a local government with a jail or a law enforcement agency with some of the challenges that we face serving a delicate population, and what resources we could utilize. And so I think, what we tried to do is focus on not just everything that would be bad about legislation like that for us, but what we think they could focus on. Because, jails have become de facto crisis centers and behavioral health facilities, and we just don't have the resources to provide those kind of services. And there needs to be a focus at the federal and state level to address these issues. And so we were hopeful that our comments would spur some thought about what are some alternatives than legislation that just provides more opportunities for lawsuits.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. I did want to ask, did you guys engage our Sheriff Mendoza when we sent this letter out?
I don't know if he's been, Mr. Chair, he wasn't a part of sending this particular letter out. We focused primarily on our insurance, and the sheriff doesn't really control our insurance premiums and insurance payments. But I believe that he is involved in some of the conversations going on at the New Mexico counties. And we certainly can engage him in future conversations about it.
Okay, and just a brief summary. The sheriff is on, and maybe we can also ask for comments from him. But a brief summary how this would affect the sheriff's department.
Mr. Chair, commissioners, if there was a new cause of action, if liability was expanded, the impact, I think, primarily would be felt by the county, who would have to try and procure coverages for those claims and pay for any uninsured claims in terms of the actual lawsuits themselves. So in other words, as it's now going forward, I do not understand the commission to have endorsed individual liability for public officials, including deputy sheriffs. Instead, the liability would remain with the governmental entity. So that's as far as I would be willing to venture down that path in terms of explaining, what I think the fiscal impact would be on the county. And I think you're correct, Mr. Chair. I believe I see the sheriff is on the call. And so perhaps it'd be more appropriate if he wants to address, what his concerns may be relative to any impact on his operations. Though I would say that this, type of lawsuit, does highlight the operations at the county level and law enforcement, which are generally entrusted to an independent elected official, and financial responsibility for claims arising from those operations, which really come back to the Board of County Commissioners. And so I think that that as you increase the potential liability, I guess split between operational control and financial responsibility just comes into starker and starker relief. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia, and then I'll go to Sheriff Mendoza for comments and concerns. Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate the concerns that Manager Miller and Attorney Schaefer have, and I just want to be careful that where we're treading. I understand the situation. I just want to be careful where we're treading and how we're going to get there and what we need to do, because it's up to the commission, because it says, but you guys, it's us. It's county commission that actually is the ultimate decision that's going to make it and move this item forward. And how we move forward is either taking the lead on. I don't even know if we want to take the lead on this. It should actually be Steve Copeland, the director of New Mexico counties. They should be taking the lead on this, and they should be the ones holding the ball and running with the ball. And I understand that we're a very great, powerful county, so I just want to be careful how we tread in these waters and what we need to do and how we need to do it. And Manager Miller, Greg, I understand that you get it. Good point, and you guys make an excellent case. And so I just want to put that on the record as into, I think the New Mexico County should be the lead on this and not just Santa Fe County, because sometimes it seems like it happens where, here, you guys go take the lead on that. You guys go put your neck on the line. And so I just want Just bring it out, put it on record as in two. Please, please, please. Let's just be careful how we tread. And I understand the situation. I get it, Manager Miller, Attorney Schaefer. So I just want to put that on the record as in two. Let's just be careful how we tread on these waters. Thank you. Good presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to our Sheriff Don Mendoza. Sir, did you have any comments or concerns?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I wasn't sure exactly what is being what's being discussed.
Sheriff Mendoza, there's a lot of feedback on your side. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me mute.
We need some good broadband.
Is that better? No. Okay, hold on 1 second. Is there still back?
It's still the same, Sheriff. I'm not sure if maybe you can call in.
Let me use this again. Is this still the same? Is it better? No. I'm not sure. Maybe I can try and hold in, but
Maybe try it without the video.
Is that any better? Okay. Let me try calling in or logging out and logging back in. Just give me a minute. You guys call in here in a second.
Sheriff, you don't have a cold, do you? Because it sounds like you have like a cold. But no, it's not good. It's still not good. But we'll wait for you, Sheriff, Mr. Sheriff.
Was Sheriff Mendoza going to try? Oh, Sheriff, did you try to get back in, sir? Oh, there we go.
Yes, is that better?
That's perfect.
Okay, good. So I apologize that I got onto the meeting late and I wasn't sure exactly what's being discussed, but I'm assuming that it's in relation to House Bill 5. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the legislation that is being proposed is individual liability for public officials or servants, which would range from anywhere from law enforcement to anybody employed with a government agency. Is that correct, Mr. Schaefer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Sheriff Mendoza. As I understand it, the proposal actually adopted by the commission recommended that public officials continue to be indemnified, as is currently the case under state law, where the public entity, the governmental entity, is ultimately responsible to pay for the defense in any judgment or settlement. So you are correct that that was certainly out there as a range of possibilities for them to consider, but I think they ultimately zeroed in on a recommendation that indemnification was the policy that they were recommending. So I don't believe, as it's going forward, that they're recommending individual liability.
Okay, so I guess I hate to comment because I didn't catch all the information that was being discussed. I know that some of this proposed legislation that's moving forward, if in fact it does address individual liability for law enforcement, could obviously be problematic for our office. I do understand that that does leave the county responsible for any payments or tort claims that come forward. But I think we would have a hard time holding on to officers, employing officers, or recruiting law enforcement in general if, in fact, they felt that they were going to be held individually liable for actions. And I know that, and I'm hoping I'm on the right track here. And I apologize that I came in late, but I would be totally against any individual liability for law enforcement. I think, Santa Fe, I know it may be statewide, may be adopted in statute, but I think Santa Fe County, the sheriff's office does a great job. I think we have a pretty good track record so far at the time that I've been there, and we can continue working on that. But I don't know what the answer is. I know the public is looking for changes in how we handle officer misconduct and accountability, but I'm not sure opening up individuals, officers for liability is the right answer. And I hope I'm on the right track on this discussion and not going off on something that you guys didn't talk about.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question on that note?
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
So really quick, Attorney Schaefer, so in a nutshell, what the bill is trying to say that if somebody sues the government, a commissioner or the commission or the sheriff or an elected official, the clerk or the assessor, so does the bill actually say that they want to get the attorneys that are suing the government, they want to get paid win or lose? Is that what's happening in a nutshell? And we're still the sheriff, the clerk, the commission, we're still safe by the insurance. But what the bill says is that if attorney A wants to go and sue the government for whatever reason, win or lose, that the government will pay for their fees. Is that it in a nutshell?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, no, that's not what the commission recommended. The commission recommended that a prevailing plaintiff's attorney would have their fees covered. So they would have to win in order to have their fees reimbursed. And that's similar to the fee shifting provision. That's what it's called, a fee shifting provision under federal law that allows for a prevailing party to have their fees and costs covered. The point I was trying to make is that attorneys' fees in these cases are often quite high, 6 figures, and it's not unheard of for 7 figures to be claimed. And so they're often a significant driver of the overall cost of a claim, and it's a significant additional liability that would be put in place relative for state constitutional violations, which doesn't exist under current law. And if I could just go back, because there was, I think, a comment about ensuring that there is a remedy available. Again, as the sheriff said, we don't have, in my experience, a lot of brutality claims against deputy sheriffs, but looking at it in the abstract, that cause of action already exists under state law. And that's really the point that we were making, is that there's not a need for expanded, for a new cause of action in order for detention officers or for deputy sheriffs to be sued for violation of a state constitutional right. That cause of action already exists in state law. And so that was one of the major points we were trying to make, but it does not have the component of a fee shifting provision. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Really quick, really quick. Commissioner Hanson's going to be on my whatever for that. But so why are they introducing the bill? What is it? What are they doing different that's already there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I think that the bill, House Bill 5, was meant to set up a separate body, this Civil Rights Commission, to explore these various issues and to see whether or not a new state law cause of action should be recommended to the legislature. So I think House Bill 5 was to get the benefit of such a commission's recommendation. I believe that those who feel as if the cause of action should be established feel as if it will, number one, appropriately redress those who are injured through constitutional violations, and probably further believe that it will spur more positive reform and better operations. So as in most things, I wouldn't lightly, impugn anybody's motivations as to why they're acting. I think it is, just a good faith difference of opinion as to what the appropriate course of action is, and where that public policy line should be drawn between allocating dollars to claims versus allocating dollars to improve services and to actually improving training and the resources that are available to the public at large.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia and Sheriff Mendoza. I think that the questions were great. I know that this affects pretty much any elected officials, and I know that we have our county clerk as well. I don't know if you have any comments that you'd like to add.
I have a comment
for
County Attorney Greg. How would that affect the offices? How can you give us some information regarding that, specific to our elected offices?
Madam Clerk, Mr. Chair, so if a new state law cause of action was created that allowed for compensatory damages to be awarded anytime there was a constitutional violation, you would potentially see, and I don't want to come up with a bad example, but say there was a claim that so-and-so elected official violated somebody's free speech rights, right? That would potentially be actionable under this new state law cause of action. And that lawsuit could be brought, and the county would be, defending against that. So that might be one example. Equal protection claims might be another example. But what it does, in essence, is just opens up the types of claims that can be brought against all elected officials and all public officials, not just those that are defined as law enforcement officers. I hope that answers your question, Madam Clerk.
So, County Attorney Schaefer, does that affect an elected official personally in addition to affecting the county?
Madam Clerk, as I understand what the commission voted to propose, the governmental entity would be required to indemnify or pick up the cost of defense and of judgments and settlements, as is the case under current law. So I don't foresee that there would be individual exposure on such claims. In other words, if public official A was sued and a judgment was rendered, public official A would not be paying out of their personal pocket. It would come from the taxpayer or from the public entities' coffers. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, County Attorney Schaefer. So my emphasis would be, and that's to anyone in the public and elected officials, and that is that it is important that we are honorable, ethical, and accountable. And the county could also establish some type of introductory course or overview of county government, which includes this type of information to prevent a liability in the future. I think what's important that a candidate in general, just candidates in general, need to understand that the behavior that an elected official could engage themselves with others, constituents, could create a liability. So I think that's important for anyone who's elected into office to understand and seek the legal counsel from the county attorney's office. And also to understand that we work in the interest of the public and not in ourselves. And so the county I highly recommend some form of introduction about county government, of what we say, and how we run our offices. All of those checks and balances are important to present to elected officials. The fact that the county manager is responsible for certain portions of the county, the elected officials are responsible for the daily operations of the office. There are checks and balances, and we have to all remember and be appreciative of that also, because that can help us in the long run when others assist us or guide us or remind us, well, we need to look into this. We need to see if this is the correct way we need to proceed. We all, whether it's the management or elected officials, we need to work together to ensure that we do not create liabilities. So thank you for your responses to my questions, County Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, Attorney Schaefer. I appreciate the being able to allow my other elected officials to bring concerns and comments forward, and for you to bring clarifying information. So I appreciate that. So once again, thank you for all the information. I know that we've went quite a bit around on this issue, so I'm going to go on to our next one. It's item number 8, and this is matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. So 8A is commissioner issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns and recognitions. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Actually, thank you. I don't have anything in particular at this time. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Garcia? Okay, I'm going to come back to Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to, I think you all know that we received a letter from the mayor, and I feel like that was done with the suggestion I Sarah and I sent the mayor a copy of the resolution that we passed on social, civil rights and social justice, racial and social justice. And then I met with him last Monday, and we talked about, having the county and everyone involved. And so as a result of that, I feel that this letter was sent to all of us. And I think that we should all think about possible leaders in our community and in our area that we can recommend for this commission that they are creating at the city. So I just wanted to mention that. And then also, I was very happy to see that the New Mexican picked up a story on a letter that that both Councilor Villarreal and I signed on to, of adding a gateway community dividend to the PILT dividend, which I think that we could all use, as we have a fair amount of federal land in Santa Fe County. I also had the opportunity to take Greg Bloom, who is Senator Udall's state director, and Senator Heinrich's, from Senator Heinrich's office, Trish Dominguez and Michelle Ortiz, and a number of BLM staff. We went out to Alamo Canyon, Alamo Creek, and once again, I showed them the devastating use by wildcat shooting or rogue shooting on BLM land. And we had a very good discussion that they at BLM kind of admitted that they had slowed down on moving forward with the idea of gun ranges. And they have picked that back up and are working on a plan, and are working on a plan with U.S. Game and Fish, and looking at some ways that they can direct this use of or misuse of BLM land. I also attended the federal policy meetings that NACO held this week, which were very informative. And as I mentioned earlier, especially the one on the broadband task force. And that was very informative. And so I think we've all stayed pretty busy, and even though we're all working from home. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share those few items with everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to thank our county crews for actually being on top of it for snow removal. I was actually on the radio this morning for quite a while on 77 KLB and talked with Bob Clark for a little while, and I just actually gave accolades to our county crews that were there on top of it. Gary, if you can, Director Hiron, if you can please tell your crews, thank you. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I heard this loud noise going down my road. I'm like, what is that noise? It was our crews. So I appreciate that. During the snow, they did a great job, and they continue to do a great job during this time. I just wanted to say, I just wish the mayor of Edgewood good luck in what's happening with him, and we all have seen what's going on with that. So, Mayor Bassett, hopefully everything goes well for you. And I appreciate your public service, or your service as it exists. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And just once again, it's not hard for me to realize it, but for staff, you all work from home, and it's just a whole challenge these days. And I just would like to thank staff for what you all do for the county, as you know. Appreciate that. And just one other thing is the county clerk will actually probably elaborate a little more than I will, but please vote, please vote, please vote. In Georgia, it takes 10 hours to vote, and I could not even imagine that. And so please, everybody out there, please get out there and vote. You know, what you can do that counts. So please go out there and vote. And Mr. Chair, just thank all of us for what we do, because sometimes we don't get accolades, not that we need them, but we're servants of the public. But thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I think all of us as commissioners have been very busy. So I appreciate you recognizing staff and all their hard efforts. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes, and then I did see Commissioner Hansen would like to add some additional comments, it looks like. So Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me. Having connection problems.
Loud and clear, sir.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, just two things. One is I'm having my second town hall on November 5th, Thursday in the evening at 5:30 for anybody in District 5 who wants to talk to me and let me know what's going on in the district or around the county. We had a really good one last time, and I hope people show up this time to tell me their concerns. And I wanted to add on to what Commissioner Hansen said about the mayor's efforts to create a commission for sort of like a reconciliation and truth commission around art and monuments. And I think it's to all of our benefits, regardless of what we think of the mayor, to try and make this a successful effort. I think there's a lot of tension right now in the community around, the obelisk and other aspects of that. And I think this also, goes to deeper things within our community divisions that really should be addressed and brought forth. And we should think of solutions as to why there is inequity in our community and try and move forward. So I encourage all of us to participate as much as we can to make that a successful effort. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is my comments for tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that also this morning I was on Que Suave, and I was talking about our bond questions and letting people know that it was to go out and vote. And I know that at a commission meeting, I can't say to support them, but I explained them and we talked about them, and Esteban and I had a very good discussion about all the bond issues and why they're so important to Santa Fe County. So and I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Garcia, please go out and vote. I voted early. I have my little sticker here. So if you haven't voted, you have the rest of the week until Saturday to early vote. So get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. So I couldn't agree more. I think that it's super important that we go out and vote. And I know in Poakia we had some pretty long lines, so it's really great to see that people are getting out there to vote. I know that it's going to be interesting to see how the numbers do come together after this is said and done. So once again, I just want to encourage everybody to get out there and vote. I do want to thank our road crews as well, as Commissioner Garcia stated. They do a great job, and I'm just glad that we remember to thank them every time that we have storms, and just for everything that on a weekly basis, keeping up with our roads and things of that nature. I also just want to retouch again on the broadband issues and internet. Right now I have three of my two nephews and a niece that are actually staying with me Monday through Thursday. They live in Penasco, and the internet is pretty poor in that area as well. And so, not only do we need to bridge those gaps in all of our communities throughout northern New Mexico, but we also need to make it affordable for families. So, you know, I'm glad that we were able to be here for our family, and I'm glad that my nieces and nephew are staying with us to have access to the internet. So I just want to emphasize the importance right now because of our children that need the internet now to attend school. So I just wanted to bring that up and just thank everybody for being here today. If there's not any other comments from commissioners, I'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Garcia.
I just got somebody knocked on my door and they just came to my door, but I just want to introduce him and you know, thank you for everybody that I don't know what his name is, but in the past years we've actually have had a great Halloween thing for as a county commission, but this year we couldn't celebrate it. But they just wanted to say hi, so
hello.
Say hi. They don't talk much, but just wanted to say hi because we have to have a good time once in a while. But I appreciate all my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're on to item number 8B. And this is going to be comments and issues of other elected officials, including but not limited to constituent concerns. So I'm going to go on to that item, and I know that we had Clerk Salazar here and also Sheriff Mendoza. So I'm going to go to Clerk Salazar.
Thank you, Chair Roybal. So we know that Election Day is November 3rd, 2020, and currently early voting is occurring, which I really want to emphasize that people highly consider early voting. There are options on how to vote in Santa Fe County. We're very fortunate that we can vote in different ways: absentee voting, early voting, and then Election Day. I also want voters to consider that there may be early voting lines. So think about if it's warm. Right now we have snow and it's cold. But in the event our weather does change, you know, bring an umbrella for shade. Bring water to stay hydrated and a portable chair. And if it's cold, dress appropriately so that when you wait in line, you won't be affected by the elements outside. I want voters to understand that voter registration did end October 6, 2020, but still you can register to vote only in person, same day voter registration at the county clerk's office up until October 31st. So Monday through Friday, regular business hours, 8 to 5, and then Saturday, October 31st, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., you can register to vote and then go across the street and vote at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center. So that portion is important. I've been noticing lately that a lot of younger citizens have been coming in and registering to vote. So that is very exciting to see because a lot of times our younger citizens are not registered or not participating in the election process. So that's exciting to see. Absentee voting, the last day to have applied was October 20th. But there is a new guidance from the Secretary of State. If someone should be sick or quarantined due to COVID, the Secretary of State issued a guidance for emergency procedures for voting. Individuals sick or quarantined due to COVID-19. This will allow voters who are sick or quarantined due to COVID-19 to avoid going to a polling place. Voters with COVID-19, please contact the Santa Fe County Clerk, and that means me, Geraldine Salazar. So I'm going to give you my email address, which is gsalazar@santafecounty.nm.gov, and I or my staff will send you the guidance and affidavit to sign. Voters with COVID-19 will sign a hard copy of the form, designate an authorized representative, and have a healthcare provider sign the form. Your authorized representative will then need to deliver the original signed form to our office. But I believe that the Secretary of State may have expanded that, so I may stand corrected that you may be able to email this. Either way, we will send you the guidance and the affidavit. After that, your representative can return your ballot after you filled it out and return it to our office. Please fill out all of the information required on the return envelope. We will verify and your qualified vote will be counted. So that's a new guidance that the Secretary of State issued, and so I want to encourage people. We may not have that many. We've already had some that are requesting this because they were not planning to vote absentee, and now the deadline has passed, but this guidance allows us to do this. This way they don't have to go to a polling site and stand in line if they're ill or quarantined due to COVID-19. So I think that's a plus for our voters also. Also remember that we are having early voting at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center during regular business hours, 8 to 5 p.m. And then they will also be open for October 31st on Saturday to vote also. And there's also the alternate voting sites that we now have open, and they will be open Tuesday through Friday, 12 noon to 8 p.m., and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The alternate sites are Abedon Lopez Community Center, Christian Life Church, Town of Wedgwood Administrative Offices, Max Cole Corridor Community Center, Bowacas Satellite Office, Santa Fe County Fair Buildings, the Southside Library. I also want to mention anyone dropping off their ballots to the county facility here where the county clerk's office is located. The hours to drop off your ballot are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. At this point, please do not drop off your ballots before 8 a.m. in the morning or after 5 p.m. That's very important so that we can ensure that we secure your ballot, and we have a procedure in place with these drop-off boxes. We have drop-off boxes at all the early voting sites. Inside the voting convenience center, there is a drop-off box that the poll workers manage, and individuals don't have to wait in line. They can just go straight to that box, and there will be a poll worker there that will assist them and guide them to the process. In addition to that, here at the county clerk's office and also across the street at the clerk's voting convenience center at the convention center, there's also a drop-off box. So people don't have to wait in line. They will be directed, and if they're not directed, go towards that box, and then the poll worker will ask you a few questions, and then you can drop your ballot in that box. So just remember that these boxes are not available 24/7. As I mentioned, during regular business hours at the clerk's office and across the street at the voting convenience center, and then during regular hours of early voting at the alternate sites. That's very important to remember. I want to encourage everyone to continue to exercise their right to vote. I guess Santa Fe County has broken a record. Over 50% of voters in Santa Fe County have cast their ballots or turned them in. They've been accepted. Right now, we have the absentee board who has been working across the street at the convention center. They have utilized our new process that we had created and programmed for us right after the primary election, and we were able to test it during the election. And I will tell you that this process is working beautifully. In fact, the board has been able to leave earlier, and also they didn't even come in today because they have caught up on most of their work, which in the past it has been excruciating and lengthy and time consuming. So I'm very excited to report that this new program of scanning absentee ballots is working beautifully. So I want to thank the absentee board, all of my staff, all of the poll workers out in the field, and the election workers that help us with data entry. And I want to thank the board and also especially the legal department, who has really helped us tremendously in the guidance and ensuring that we are not affecting people's constitutional right to vote and cast their ballot and deliver their ballot. They have been a tremendous help, Greg and Christella, regarding the election process for us, because we have been hit with so many challenging variables that we have needed legal more than ever. So thank you, Greg. Thank you, Christella. And thank you, HR, and everyone else who has assisted us in every which way, even Rachel O'Connor's staff who manage the kiosk and the constituent services, county employees who have helped us in the process outside of our office. It has taken more than a village. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to go to Sheriff Mendoza.
Chair, could I ask Clerk Salazar a question?
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
Have you started counting absentee ballots?
Yes.
Great.
They started about Wednesday of last week. Yes, it's pretty amazing with this new system.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that.
Yes, I'm very happy to hear this too, when I heard it. And also to remember, we will be receiving ballots from all of the voting convenience centers throughout the county on election day. So we still receive them, and we have a protocol that we follow how we receive them. But the last day to return your absentee ballot would be November 3rd on election day, on or before 7 p.m. on election day. And all of those ballots will be transferred to us by the presiding judge. And then the absentee board that we have at the convention center will will verify, certify, and then count all qualified ballots.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Commissioner Hanson. Sheriff Mendoza, are you there? Your phone sounded like, or your connection sounded a little bit bad again.
I'm here. Is that okay?
It's really breaking up again.
Okay. I apologize. Is that getting any better? No.
It's still the same. It's sort of like a robotic sound.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do it. Where I was forward. Is that better? Can you hear me any better? Anyone? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, sir, but it's still really broken up. Would you like me to try and call you and put you on speaker?
Yeah, sure. Please. Thank you.
Okay, Sheriff Mendoza, go ahead.
Okay, let me get away from the computer here.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, Commission. I'll make it pretty quick. I just wanted to make a comment along with the Madam Clerk that the Sheriff's Office will be working with the Clerk's Office on the upcoming election, which we do traditionally every year. Due to the excitement over the election, and we are gonna double the amount of deputies that will be working the polling areas. We don't have any information or aren't anticipating any issues, but we felt like because of the high voter turnout, it would be a good idea to have some extra deputies out in the polling areas. What we did also, due to the amount of turnout, is we've reached out to the First Judicial District Attorney's Office and have requested some training and updated information when it comes to voter and polling laws. They have provided us a 51-minute training for our deputies, and that's been put out to every deputy, not just the deputies that are working specifically the polling places on election day. So we will have the most up-to-date information and training available so our deputies can ensure that the integrity of the voting process and ensure that everybody is going to be safe when they do go out and exercise their right to vote. I'm excited about the percentages, the high percentages and record percentages that have turned out within Santa Fe County, and I'm hoping, wouldn't it be great to get to about 80% or more of registered voters to get out and vote during this election. So we're anticipating a peaceful and respectful election day, and we hope that there isn't any issues, but we will be prepared in case. And so I just wanted to make that statement.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff Mendoza.
Chair Roybal.
Yes, Ms. Clerk Salazar.
Yes, I want to thank Sheriff Mendoza very much. And I believe he's even more optimistic than me. I was stating if I get 75% of participation, I will be excited. But he's stating if he would like to see 80%, that's great. And we appreciate the sheriff who always help us during election night. And I'm excited to hear that he has immediately seeked guidance, legal guidance, and also to that they're prepared for the citizens of Santa Fe County who will be voting, and for all the poll workers, my staff, everyone. Thank you so much, Sheriff. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you again, Sheriff Mendoza. We appreciate your comments and being here today, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for dialing me up.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. I just want to check one time. I didn't see any other elected officials. Tessa, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mascareñas. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item, and this is item number 8C, and this is adoption of the Santa Fe Food Policy Council policy recommendations to support local food. And we have myself, Commissioner Henry Roybal, and Commissioner Rudy Garcia, which is sponsoring. I'm going to go ahead and go to Lucy Fomo, who our county from the Santa Fe County, to introduce this resolution. Lucy, are you on? Ms. Foma, I believe you're muted.
Sorry about that. I had to unmute. I called in on my phone. Hi, thanks for listening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're bringing before you this evening a resolution that was drafted in support of the Santa Fe Food Policy Council report to the city and county on recommendations to support local food. And I believe that Commissioner Roybal, were you introducing also?
Yes, after you, I'm going to go ahead and have you introduce the resolution, and then I'll go to any other comments. I believe that David Sunbury and Pam Roy are on the line as well.
Yes, they are. I just wanted to give a short introduction, saying that, as you heard from Patricia Boyes earlier this evening, the Santa Fe Food Policy Council has been working closely with our community, trying to figure out ways to provide food during this emergency, but it has a long-standing history of trying to find ways that we can support healthier food access and food nutrition and collaboration between the different agencies that work in this region. So I'm a new member, as you heard also, but I've been honored to work with David and Pam, who are seasoned and knowledgeable professionals in this field. And also I've been honored to work with your commissioners' liaisons on drafting this resolution. So thank you for considering it this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. I also want to go to Mr. Sunbury, if you'd like to make comments, sir.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is David Sundberg. I'm the chair of the Santa Fe Food Policy Council. I just want to take a brief moment to thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to consider adopting this resolution in support of the Food Policy Council's Food and Nutrition Report and recommendations. Back in 2014, Santa Fe County adopted the food plan, which was written and prepared by the Food Policy Council as a guiding document to support farmers, ranchers, eating programs, community health, local food procurement, and many other policies surrounding food. This, the Food and Nutrition Report and recommendations, is a continuation and an update of the food plan. It identifies agencies, programs, policies on local, state, and federal levels where we can, really should engender change. The policy and service changes would benefit our youth and elders, disenfranchised populations, local food producers, our community at large. This is really a critical time in our community to create and seize opportunities to bolster a regional, equitable, and sustainable food system. We, as the Food Policy Council, welcome any questions. We're happy to engage with commissioners, with departments within the county, agencies, nonprofits, community members at large to discuss the proposals and their implementation. Thank you again for considering the adoption of this report and its recommendations. Your approval and support is really greatly appreciated and very much valued. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunberg, for being here today and speaking. I appreciate that. I also want to give Ms. Roy the opportunity to speak as well. Ms. Roy, are you on?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Pam has just texted me that she's trying to connect. Do you mind holding for just a moment?
Sure thing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, we'll wait for Ms. Roy to connect. I'm going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to actually happy to be a co-sponsor of this resolution. Pam Roy, God, I remember 5, 7, 8 years ago, Pam actually has done an excellent job in working the session as into actually getting in the budget almost $250,000, $300,000 a year, which is for fresh produce that actually from local farmers, so on and so forth, that actually goes to schools, to public schools. And Pam, you're probably listening, but you've done an excellent job. I appreciate that because sometimes, as the resolution states, sitting on the school board, sometimes you don't realize there's people in my district, in my community, that the other day, I followed a school bus. And you know, when they go down to the south side area by the library, there's probably about 30, 40 kids that actually go and line up for the school bus, not to get on the bus to go to school, but to get some food. And thanks to this, Pam Roy and your organization, but it's kind of like interesting to realize that I said, I want to see this. There's about, like I said, 30, 35 kids that they wait for that bus to come at 11:45 in some of those areas in the southern part of in my district, actually, southern part of Airport Road area. And this is really good. It's awesome. I appreciate it. Pam and your staff, thank you for what you do. Once again, you actually got in the budget $300,000, $250,000 every year to provide for fresh produce from farmers to go to communities, schools, etc. That's awesome. Mr. Sundberg, I talked to you roughly about 3-4 weeks ago in regards to the La Bajada Ranch, and I know we actually have the La Bajada Ranch is on a lease. So one of the things that we did talk about and where I need to talk to staff about is where are we at with the La Bajada Ranch? I understand the COVID virus and what's happening. And the way our lease worked with La Bajada Ranch is a section of that was to work out with the community college how we can do farming, for example, or produce and vegetables. So I'm going to ask staff, not right now, but I'll ask Manager Miller, where are we at with that? Because that was one of the clauses in the lease, I believe, and let me be corrected, but that we actually were going to, that portion of that lease in the next year or two, we're actually going to figure out what we need to do with the community college or whoever else out there that wants to work with La Bajada Ranch. And that was 4 years ago. And so, but I appreciate myself being a co-sponsor in this resolution because, like I said, you know, being in following the school bus the other day and watching children come out waiting for that bus at 11:30, 11:45 to get fresh food and as well as to get fed. I'm happy to be a co-sponsor of this. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Those are great words. I want to check, is Pam Roy on the line now?
It doesn't appear that anybody's joined our meeting yet, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
She's not, I beg your pardon, sir. She did let me know she's on the phone right now, but
okay.
I'll try and text her back and let her know that as soon as she joins, you're willing to give her a moment. Thank you for your patience.
Yes. Actually, is there any way to verify, Tessa, are you sure that nobody's joined recently?
Yeah, well, all call-in users have been unmuted, just in case.
Mr. Commissioner, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Pam. Is this Miss Roy?
Mr. Commissioner, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. Miss Roy, is this?
Huh. Oh, now
Yes,
I
we
can't
can
hear
hear you.
you all. Oh, no. All right, well, we're just going to try this. Thank you very much. My apologies. I don't know, communications. It's that bandwidth thing that we were talking about earlier, right? So just a couple things. I'll be short since I've obviously already taken up my time. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you all. And I want to thank Commissioner Roybal and Commissioner Garcia for co-sponsoring our resolution and this request that is focused on food and nutrition programs, as Mr. Sundberg mentioned. Just a couple of things I'd like to add. And I really appreciate Commissioner Hughes bringing this up earlier when we were discussing legislative priorities, and the Representative Garcia, Commissioner Garcia just brought this up. You know, so this resolution does very specifically help guide us, not only at the local level, like schools, like Commissioner Garcia mentioned, getting local produce in the schools, but it also expands what we've learned through COVID issues around senior programs. We're really excited about getting a chance to meet, work with Toby Kessler, who'll be on the Santa Fe Food Policy Council, and certainly with Patricia Boyce and Lucy Foma. But it gives us several things. As we're working towards this upcoming legislative session, not only will we be holding strong on New Mexico grown fresh fruits and vegetables for school meals, there will be two new bills introduced. One that will expand a brand new program, New Mexico grown fresh fruits and vegetables for senior meal programs, and an introductory bill for New Mexico grown for early childhood education nutrition programs. Two additional things that are going to bring funding into New Mexico as well, besides these programs. One is going to be expanding the Double Up Food Bucks program, that's SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program at farmers markets. That we will also have a request for state funding that will match more than $7 million over the next 4 years of federal funding if we get a little bit of additional state investment for that. And the second one, which goes to the third item on our therefore on this, which is about prioritizing investments for infrastructure and things like food hubs that will expand our food and farming initiatives here in this region. And in the state will be a new program called the Healthy Food Financing Initiative, and it will be basically a vessel of funding held by the Economic Development Department that actually, where they can draw down on federal treasury resources up to $2 million a year, and we can bring more funding to the state. So just a few examples of what a resolution to the city and the county can do to leverage a lot more resources and really keep our communities healthy and our farmers growing for us and creating a healthy farming economy. So thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate the opportunity. My apologies for not being able to hear you all now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I do want to just state for the record that given our current situation that faces our communities with the COVID-19, this ongoing pandemic that has recently intensified, as we all know, it's also intensified senior and child hunger. I have supported and will continue to support ongoing food distribution efforts and programs that Santa Fe County and our partners provide in these increasingly tough times. The Food Policy Council is taking this work in a crucial direction by working with our local farmers. I mean, I think this is a great opportunity. With these foods and nutrition programs, we will reiterate for our communities to keep agricultural land in production. A lot of times we've seen where we don't have as many farmers that we used to. It'll provide a stable economic market for farmers and establish a path for local farmers to reach the tables of our children and our seniors and all our local constituents. So I do appreciate that. many of the food producers in my district can and have will have an additional avenue to sell their traditional foods, and we'll give them another way to provide for the local food supply, and also at the same time provide for their own families. I feel that we need to continue to support our local acequias and local food producers and protect agricultural land and sustainability. Sustainability was how the state of New Mexico functioned always in the past, and everybody, farmers, ranchers, it was all about sustainability in our communities. So I really appreciate this because we're going to be able to provide for our future generations. So I just wanted to say that. I don't know if there's any other comments from commissioners. I'll go back to my co-sponsor, Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, very, very well said. I would just like to talk about, as Pam Roy said, putting nutritional produce in schools. Our board president, Kate Omo, who actually works for early childhood care, she's totally for this. And so we all are totally for this and she's worked very hard for this, as we all have, as my colleagues have, as well as you have, Pam, through the legislative process. Great job. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is, as the chairman said, is our sustainability department. We actually talk about all the time about solar, this and that, but however, in La Cienega, the local farmers, it's kind of, we have a drought problem. And so our department needs to start, our planning department, as well as our sustainability department, we need to start working on what are we going to do with the drought, because it's kind of sad when you take a left down my road and the Gonzalez property it's dry, and because our springs aren't producing anymore. So I think I would like to bring something up with our planning department, as well as our other departments. How can we work in this drought situation? Because it's not getting any better. It's not going to get any better. So I just want to say, great job, Pam, Roy, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia, I don't know if you have a copy of the resolution in front of you, but I wanted to read it into the record.
Yes, I do.
You do? Do you want to read some of it, and I'll read some of it, or do you want to?
You can go ahead and start whenever you want to slow down or stop. I'll read the rest of it.
Okay. So this is a resolution to implement the Santa Fe County Policy Council report on strengthening and expanding food and nutrition programs in Santa Fe. Whereas Resolution 2008-5 was a joint resolution that established a food policy council for the city of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County and created the Santa Fe City and County Food Policy, the council. And whereas the purpose of the council is to integrate all departments of the city and county, as well as nonprofit organizations and food and farming businesses in a common effort to promote food security, improve access to retail outlets that offer healthy and affordable food, encourage healthy eating by all residents to reduce obesity and diet-related diseases, and protect the natural resources necessary to produce food. And whereas the council recommends food policies that pertain to the direct service of food, lobbying, and advocacy before state and federal legislatures and agencies. Referral to social services, economic development, and nutrition and health education. And whereas the county adopted the 2014 Food Plan Planning of Santa Fe Food Future, Our Esencias in the Story of Food, Farming and Friends, which provides recommendations in 3 categories: getting food, growing food, and learning about food. And whereas in 2019, the county launched the aggregate of Santa Fe County program and digital platform in the internet site www.aggregatessfc.org to connect local food producers with local food producers with local food producers, local food buyers, and resources. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Whereas New Mexico has a vibrant food and farming culture that is significant to our rural economies and provide employment opportunities on farms and in the direct, wholesale, and retail markets, as well as food processing, distribution, and value-added businesses, as well as adding to the health and well-being of New Mexicans. And whereas the dollar value of New Mexico agricultural produce is a $2.18 billion with 96.3 million in fruits and vegetables, providing approximately 10,000 jobs and 900 million in annual wages. And whereas the studies have shown that for every dollar that goes into the local agricultural producers, $1.8 is circulated in the local economy. And whereas 12.4% of Santa Fe County residents, approximately 18,000 people, experience food insecurity. And whereas in New Mexico, approximately 98,000 seniors fall below 185% of the federal poverty income guidelines, and approximately 56,000 seniors fall below 130% of the federal poverty income guidelines. Whereas more than 16,000 students in Santa Fe County and the city of Santa Fe participate in the school meal program, which is very true. I know that. And whereas many children consume at least 1/2 of their daily calories at school, and for many, food served at the school is the only meal eaten daily, which is very true. Whereas increasing consumption of healthy food is a priority in the Santa Fe County Health Action Plan, including increasing and percentage of adolescents and the percentage of adults within the county consuming 5 or more fresh fruits and vegetables a day. Go to Commissioner Trulek. No, keep going. I can keep going. Whereas promoting healthy food habits and increasing consumption of healthy food is a goal of the Santa Fe County Senior Services Strategic Plan, including integrating fresh produce into meals provided at county senior centers. Go to Commissioner if you'd like.
And whereas the county strategic plan recommends continued collaboration with local farmers to promote fresh, locally grown produce and products. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County that the county will implement the Santa Fe Food Policy Council's September 28th, 2020 report, strengthening and expanding food and nutrition programs in Santa Fe, including, sorry about that, 1, allowing staff to explore the possibility of developing and adopting procurement policies that prioritize local produce food, design a local food promotion, education, and outreach initiative, and 3, prioritizing investments and the collaborations to develop new farming, distribution, and food aggregation and processing infrastructure. And this will be approved and passed this day. And it'll be signed by all the county commissioners, our county manager, and also our county attorney and our county clerk. Okay, so I'd like to make I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, thank you for bringing this forward, and all of our colleagues. I know it's like we'll get a positive vote for all the rest of the 3, but motion for approval, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So we have a motion and I'll second. And I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Is there anything else under discussion? I'm going to go to commissioners. Commissioner Hanson?
I know, I just support this wholeheartedly and I vote yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
Absolutely. I support this very strongly. I mean, this is so important that I spent some time attending some Food Policy Council virtual meetings to get to know more what they were doing. And they're doing such an outstanding job that's just, it's such a long road. It's a marathon, and it is so important for our community's well-being and sustainability. And I vote yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you. I also vote yes, and I think this is a great resolution. Thank you all for bringing it forward, and I wanted to also recognize Pam Roy for all her work at the farmers market over the years. It's good to see you here tonight, Pam. Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Garcia, did you have any final comments? Okay, I just want to say that I'm honored to be able to present this today, and I just appreciate all the hard work that Ms. Roy has done, and and also Mr. Sundberg, and of course staff, Lucy Fulma for bringing this forward and working on this. So we do appreciate it. And like I said, I'm honored to be here today, and of course a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this resolution passes unanimously from the Board of County Commissioners. We do appreciate it. I'm going to go to Madam Clerk for a resolution number.
Chair Roybal. The resolution you just passed for the record is Resolution 2020-80. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can we provide copies to both Mr. Sundberg and also Ms. Roy?
Yes.
Thank you.
All
right. Thank you.
Would they please send me an email requesting for those copies, please? Okay. My email address is gsalazar at Santa Fe County, NM for New Mexico.gov.
Okay. Thank you for doing that, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate both of you for all your hard work. You have a good evening. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 9, and this is matters from the county attorney. Attorney Schaefer, can you give us a summary of what we need to go into executive session for?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we do have an initial item on the agenda under matters from the county attorney this evening, and that's statement for inclusion in meeting minutes concerning the October 13, 2020 executive session. That's item 9A. And as you may recall, at the October 13, 2020 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene an open meeting. So therefore, under the Open Meetings Act, we need to include in the meeting minutes of this meeting a statement that was discussed in the closed meeting. We're limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. So, Mr. Chair, I'd respectfully ask that the board make and adopt a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the October 13, 2020 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Also, is there anything in executive session that we would need to come back out, or would we adjourn from executive session once again for this meeting?
excuse me, Mr. Chair, assuming that there are no questions on the monthly reports so that staff could be released, no, there would be no reason to come out of executive or closed session this evening. And so that procedure could be followed again. In addition, you all have been at this for quite some time. So there is always the possibility, if you would like to recess this evening's meeting and reconvene to a date and time later this week to take up executive session. That would be another option as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I think that I'm gonna go to other board members. I'm gonna go to Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I would entertain a motion to go into recess and come back tomorrow sometime, just as it's getting late. And it is also Commissioner Hamilton's wedding anniversary. So I think we should let her have a little bit of time since it's already 7 o'clock. So I would make that motion if you want to entertain it, Mr. Chair, that we go into recess and that possibly we come back tomorrow afternoon, what's convenient for you, and have executive session then.
Mr. Chair, I'd second that motion. And congratulations.
We do have a motion and a second, but I believe that we need to add to that motion what Attorney Schaefer asked for as far as adjourning from our last meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, and I will include that in my motion.
Actually, if I could, Mr. Chair, we would have two separate items under A, if we could have a motion to have the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the October 13, 2020 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. If we could have that motion and take action on it, then we can go on to, okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. This that passes unanimously. And so we'll go on to our next motion. Commissioner Hanson?
I move that we go into recess until tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Does that work for? Does that work for everyone?
Sure.
That's fine with me.
No, I have a standing meeting with the Department of Health at 4 o'clock. Could we do 3 o'clock or 5 o'clock? Probably
I would be
5
more
o'clock.
amenable to 5. So if we could have a recess until 5 o'clock tomorrow. Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, and was that thumbs up a second from Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And just for the record, Mr. Chair, that would be recessing until tomorrow, Wednesday, October 28th at 5 p.m. And that will be virtual. We will convene for the purposes of going into executive session, and only those items that are on the executive session agenda would be discussed at the reconvened meeting.
Correct.
I don't know who let the cat out of the bag, but I want to thank my fellow commissioners. I really appreciate it. I mean, 29 years is kind of a big deal, you know?
Congratulations. I thought you guys were newlyweds.
Yeah, we still are. We'll never get over that.
Great. All right. Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Garcia, and this is to recess until tomorrow, which is October 28th, Wednesday, at 5 p.m. for executive session, and it will be to discuss items that are listed on our agenda today only. Okay. So a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, and Commissioner Hamilton, have a great time, because you're not guaranteed tomorrow. And as the ex-mayor, you saw in the paper that he has a little bit of a challenge in his health, but have a great time with you and your husband. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we are, I guess at this point, Mr. Schaefer, we have recessed, and so we don't need to have a motion for adjournment. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, I just want to say good night to everybody. Be safe. If you're driving, make sure we, be careful with the roads if they're icy. And that's to all of my constituents and all of Santa Fe County residents. Be careful, be mindful of road conditions, and take care of one another. Thank you. Have a great night.
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes, Manager Miller, go ahead.
We will move the web meeting, that's executive session, on your calendar. We will move that. Tessa Jo will do that and move it over to tomorrow. So that's the one that you will enter. It won't
Okay.
be this meeting. Thanks.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, if I could, I'm sorry, Manager
Attorney
Miller.
Schaefer?
We would convene at least in this WebEx meeting briefly so that we could actually entertain the motion to go into executive session. So it'll be a little bit of a two-step process, but it'll be this WebEx invite, but we'll make sure we get all those details to you, commissioners. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank
I just
you.
want to make sure everybody knew how to find the meeting.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay. Well, everybody have a great evening. Thank you, commissioners, for being here. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.